Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2. You are watching the grand finals of this tournament. And after a long wait, we are finally starting and kicking the BGMI action in this tournament. Joining alongside me on the desk is going to be my beloved friend, Oro, alongside me. So, Oro, first of all, how are you feeling right now?
Thank you for the warm welcome, Necros. I mean, I'm really such kind of an event happening in a place called Nagaland, where you see a lot of beauty and a lot of nature calling. So things are going to be really interesting because this is BGMI action we are talking about, and also the kind of teams we are going to witness. First of all, we couldn't be there is something which it's very unfortunate about, right? It is a LAN happening there, so once we switch around and show you that how are these 16 teams managing things up around there. This is something which usually doesn't happen, right? On a daily basis you see in tier 1 cities like Kolkata or in Mumbai or Delhi things happening. This is small city where this event is taking place. So huge shout out to these management people who are taking this initiative, and due to which this event is possible, right?
Exactly. It's a big, cheers to all the entire management team and the Esports Association of Nagaland to just host a tournament like this. This is the season 2. In season 1, we also witnessed a grand LAN event like this, but this time it's bigger and better, and a lot of teams have made
Yeah.
it to the grand LAN final. So, in total of this entire event, 256 teams participated, out of which the top 16 teams are there in the Indira Gandhi Indoor Stadium playing it out, and will be fighting it out for the next couple of matches, like 5 matches today, tomorrow the grand finals, and the one team will walk away with the championship title with the bragging rights as well. So it's a lot of things on stake. A lot of teams from Assam, from Mizoram, and even from Nagaland, they are there in the arena. A lot of people are still
Yeah.
there competing different titles of this entire championship. There is Mobile Legends that was going on just a few moments ago.
Correct.
E-chess was happening. A lot of other games where they are also part of this entire event. But when we come out to play the BGMI, one of the most loved games in the entire country, we've got the 16 teams. We will be walking you through to this entire 16 set of teams, starting with AUTOBOTZ, BANZAI Esports, WHO. You've got 4X a lot. Then you've got Zero Fear Esports, SALAI Esports, ATDC, OSMOSIS, Metal Wings. A lot of big names out there still in the arena, warming up their hands just to be at their best when they are diving into the battleground.
Yeah, sure. I mean, see, you mentioned and talked about teams, and all of these teams are present out there, and out of which I think Autobots is which we would really want to watch them about. And because see, we've seen them performing in some big events, and also they have proved themselves, so they would be one of the favorites coming out among these teams in the lobby. So yeah, here you go. The first match is right up in front of screen. This is the grand finals. Match number 1 is Erangel Hornbill Esports Championship Season 1 across. The playing part trajectory will be something which we would want to watch, but I can already see that it's right up above the military base, and the two ends of the plane path can be Primorsk, and it might end towards Lipovka. Yeah, it is that, and it's easier for teams who want to take a drop towards military base or Novopronoy or Query or Ferry Pair. But those extreme northern cities like Yasna, Poliana, Rozhok, Severny, for example, Georgiopol, is a little bit difficult to access, but teams might take a usage of a vehicle, and then they can do those rotations coming in from them. But let's see, where do we find the first fight or the first clash happening?
First footing, first match of the grand finals, a lot of things on stake. This is going to be the first match where you draw the momentum, where you build up the best that you have within yourself, within your team. Everyone out of all those 16 teams, all the 64 players, they will be looking forward to have a really great start for themselves. As a circle, it tends to form around the eastern part of the entire map of Erangel, keeping the crossroads in the smack center. And now a lot of teams will be going for the respective drop locations, but I am seeing a little bit of problem arising in the areas of Melta and Melta Power, because there's two teams trying to fly down in the very same path, which is definitely not a great sign for both of them, because those early drop clashes have always tended to give those early casualties to one or the other team, which will again be a big setback for any of the team conceding those damages for the later part of the game.
Definitely. As you mentioned, there's the possibility of a clash happening near Lipovka, but already a fight has started. There's some knocks being taken out, some shots being taken by Autobots. I had expected them to be, a little bit aggressive on these kind of teams where they know such situations can take place. Lobster there taking a lot of risk to cross that angle. Virus almost took him down. He's the last man standing from his team, and he gets taken on pretty easily. Here you go. The first elimination comes in, and Autobots gets their fresh hunch, right? They have those first points going on board. So this is going to be interesting. Right? Since this is the grand finals, there's going to be points coming in. The survival game will be shown, and also like the number of eliminations you get will at the end of the day be counted out on the overall standings, right, Necros? Since we have 5 games taking place, so total overall 5 games today and 5 games tomorrow, overall of 10 games, out of which whoever will be standing up, and that overall standings will of course win the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 1 for BGMI.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an amazing showdown so far. I mean, it hasn't been that great for ATDC if you mention kind of in that manner, because again they were the first team to get eliminated, not even few minutes inside the game, and yep, they are out. But also for the other 15 teams, those who are still fighting it out in this map of Wrangle, they will be looking forward to get some good points on the board, which is really important, right? In the first game, if you get almost like a double-digit points for yourself, it's a really great head start in the grand finals. But on the other end of the spectrum, you've got SDXL. I mean, this is a team who is looking forward to grab some more points, have a big split around the query area. It'll be really crucial to grab some good loot, then start rotating, because this is a really big distance that they need to cover. Almost over 2,000 almost meters, 2,038 meters that they need to travel, which is pretty long if you ask me. And also there will be a lot of rotational clashes which they have to be really cautious about. So
True.
they better be prepared for what's coming next for them, because if they're not, there are really so many hungry hounds inside the map of Erangel who are willing to take their finishes home.
Yeah, this is a clear picture of Yasna Poliana, and we have 2 teams here, team number 6 and team number 17, right in front of our screens. Definitely, I'm trying to identify who are these teams, because of course this BZ, they're playing with these kind of initial, so I'm expecting okay, we'll figure it out. We'll definitely get to know about that. But anyways, this is Ryuga, the IGL, hoping to find some good loot over here. He has an AUG and a UMP with him, and a level 2 vest and a level 2 helmet to go with, trying to find out his positioning in Yasnaya. But here we are towards Mansion, where there's another team called Osmosis, who just, I think, is towards the outskirtish portion of Lipovka, where there is a team, and we might see a fight happening real soon. Dawn, waiting, maybe trying to spot somebody over there. Team number 7, this is Who Dennis. He is also, towards shelter area, towards the outskirtish portion of shelter. Not exactly shelter, but then there are a few teams around these teams who are rotating, and this is the first stage, of course. So there's little time left before the first stage, finishes off and the second stage starts. So this is usually this phase where teams usually get their loot, or tries to think that how they can make their rotation happen. This is something which is going to be in very basic for these teams. But now this is team number 20, right? This is ZG LOG. Okay, I don't know how to pronounce this name, but I'll just call them ZG.
ZG, yeah, that's better.
ZG, that should be better. And they are towards prison, and I think the circle has already come here. So if they need to start rotating, because they need to travel a far distance, like 2,400 meters. So let's see how they pan out their rotation.
Yeah, pretty much as we're in that phase of the game where you just go for loots, try to find some sweet spots for yourselves inside the circle, trying to grasp some compounds, which is quite usual for the basic stats of the game. As one team has been eliminated, this is going to be that one slow-paced phase of the game where you just will be seeing the teams rotating left, right, and center, trying to find maybe find some spots around the compounds on the eastern side of the map, or maybe something around the central part. Though the center is quite congested at this moment, as we were witnessing a few moments ago. The crossroads were occupied by a team, and the other teams are still under that rotation process. You do see Team SALAI going for a quick rotation. SALAI Esports, I mean, this is also one of those teams those who will be looking forward to make some good benchmarks for them. And as we mentioned, all these names, a lot of teams, I mean, all the 16 teams have done some really hard work out there to reach in the grand finals. It's not really easy to be in the top 16 out of the 256 teams those who have taken part in this entire championship. But right now, the only goal for all these 16 teams is to be on that one single spot on the table topping position, and for that every match will be counting, because you don't have ample amount of matches to make a comeback, or maybe pull off a great score. If even if one or two matches go down, you will have to look forward to get a big jump for yourself, maybe with a chicken dinner, maybe with a 20 or 10 plus or 15 plus point a game, because that's the only solution which I believe can help you win the championship, specifically in the grand finals.
Exactly, and I think that is something the team, the team got who eliminated, would want to capitalize on. They did not get the opportunity to get any kind of inroads in the first match, of course, and now Autobots, of course, they have a good start. Circle have started their moves. Here you can see the shift right now. It's more towards the center, right, towards the eastern side of the map, where you can see teams in Yasnaya Poliana have a good position. Also, teams coming in from prison and shelter side, they also have a good positioning. There are a few rotations coming in from Novo as well, and also there's a team in Zarki, Necros. This is something not that usual, but then it's okay. They have their own strategies coming in, but there's a fight brewing up. This is team number 15 going up against team number 17, maybe, if I'm not wrong, and there's a possibility of a knock coming in from team number 15 Chaser. This is SEG, but a rotational fight going on, and they haven't stopped here.
They are just trying to get some damage. I mean, they have done so. They've pushed away the team who were trying to grab this compound, which is one of the most crucial compounds, in my opinion, in this very circle. Around the big compound of Mansion, this hilltop compound gives you a lot of intel. It gives you an opportunity to grab a lot of intel around this area because of the topographic advantage. But also for SEG, it is really important that they hold this compound till the very last moment. Because once again, as I mentioned, this is a really crucial compound. If you hold it right, you get the values. If you don't, you make a big blunder. And I am 100% sure that SEG, they will not look forward to make any such blunders being in that spot itself.
Exactly, and I think you said it correctly that they made sure that they have the stunt house, right? Because you can control a lot of area, and also you can spot out a lot of rotations coming in and around that position. So definitely an advantageous area to hold, and you have that higher ground as well to, statistically helps you out, where you can create some damage and get those values coming in for your team. Still no fights yet. Head-on 4v4 fight, which we saw initially. This is team number 20. This is ZG, as we said we would call them. Just repositioning their vehicles so that nobody is allowed to destroy them. So that if the circle moves away from them, they can quickly grab those vehicles and move out. But as I said, Necros, there's no fight yet, but we might see those fights coming in after we see the third stage, which is right after this 15-second mark. And here you go. This is Autobots, as expected from them. Lobster, he had a good start. Like, he has already 3 individual picks for his team. Let's see how if he can build any more around this, and would love to make this match a bigger one, because that's something would be an ideal start for Autobots.
You know what? Autobots is one of the most experienced teams in this entire lobby. So when you have one experienced team playing just beside all the other 15 teams, you do expect that team to excel more, which is one of the most typical human behavior, in my opinion. When you have that one experienced guy in the room, you do tend to follow how he is playing, how he is, making things work out for himself. So Autobots, the kind of 4 finishes that they had already have in this match, it was something that I really expected from a very long time that okay, Autobots they are coming inside the game and they will look forward to in a full-fledged way to exploit all those loopholes that they will find within the other 15 teams. Because in a comparison, Autobots they have played so many big tournaments, they have been part of so many major leagues, right? So that playing all those major leagues does give you a little bit of advantage to how you handle those extreme pressure situations. And for Autobots, they have played multiple grand finals. This is nothing less than that, but also they have the typical LAN experience advantage, which they will definitely look forward to kind of implement, which they've already started off with. 4 finishes backed up, pretty good. Now you look forward for the other teams. All the other teams, they're trying to play it as passive as possible, trying to find their sweet spots and the foothills to how they are going to perform their game in the later part of how the game is going to shift, the circle is going to shift. But now the main focus comes in that you're slowly and gradually being in a very confined area. The breathing space is depleting slowly and gradually. Now you have to take fights, and the one who takes fight first might just reap benefits, while the other might just look forward to take a dig in that fight and go for the third-party approaches.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is silence since we haven't seen any fight rather than the first fight we saw. This calls for a third party situation, right? And a lot of more because there will be a lot of teams revolving around in a new and be too many spaces for teams to grab on. See, the circle has already shifted and it's a little shelter centric and has shifted towards a little southern side of Yasnaya Poliana. Now teams will have to look for fights. Other than that, there would be no option for them to grab spaces, right? As you said, Necros. Now, if a fight starts up in an open area or an open space, there comes the opportunity of other teams to hop in. Uh, Teams are still wanting to slide in rather than taking those head-on fights. This western side of the circle looks a little bit clustered, where we might see a fight starting. And if a fight starts here, we will see a third party or a fourth party coming in really, really soon. This is team number 20, of course, CG. We're still waiting, but we see the finish field moving, right, Necros? There is a fight happening somewhere in that western area. Teams might get stuck. This is team number 20. They can be stuck a little bit. This is Goldie, right? In an open position. I see an knock clear, an open space, and TSN, lead number 14, Divine E1. He wants to get that pick. He wants that 1 point for his team.
Oh, in the meantime, TSN, they're just trying and bombarding the players of Metal Wings, which is not a great sign for them because Metal Wings, they had a really fair outing in the previous stages. They were the table toppers, and right now, coming into the grand finals, the momentum seems a little bit crumbled out there. Columbus falls down. SALAI Esports also takes a dig in that fight. This is the exact thing that I was talking about a few moments ago. If you take the fight first in this congested circle, there will be automatically third parties coming in, and you have to look out for that. And SALAI Esports, they're just doing the basic textbook things that if you see a fight, if you see it's a good fight in which you can take part and reap benefits, why not go for it? Astro secures one finish. That's a really good point secured by SALAI Esports. They have a really typical high ground advantage for themselves. But now, the main thing that arises is that this entire circle is completely based out of the crossroads of Shelter. And now this is really problematic for a lot of teams. There's still 15 teams, Oro. And for all the 15 teams to accommodate themselves around this entire open region, it's a very tough task. Where certain teams will be there who will look forward to settle down around the dips and the ridges in the open grounds, use their cars as temporary covers, but that is not a great thing at this point because so many teams will have so many different angles on you if you're in the open.
Absolutely, and I think this watchtower comes in handy just outside prison. This is SEG we're talking about. Muffin is sitting right on top, but you need those players spread out, right? You need those angles being watched. Otherwise, if somebody comes up right on the top of the hill, if one of your player, not some, if not some, one of your player gets taken down, then you call in for a rush, and there's something going to be very, very difficult to defend with. This is team ZFE Esports. So this is Nirvana. And they have this edge of the circle. Yeah, Necros.
You know what? Nirvana is a really good player. I mean, I just remember him. He was a part of a team which I was also a part of. I mean, I've
Okay.
seen him play from a long time, Nirvana. There's also a lot of players like Flick and all playing in the arena. Nirvana is a typical player who is always silent in nature, but when it comes inside the game, he is a man that you have to look out for. If Nirvana goes bonkers, it is going to be tough for other teams to handle. But right now, we have to see things, how are they going to turn around, because the circle has shifted once again way too much in the open ground. Now,
Yeah.
SDX, they have their eyes set on a team right in front of them.
Exactly, and the possibility now they're trying to make a rush. Scream just positioning his vehicle right now. His teammate trying to make a knock. If there's a knock coming in, he might go in straight up, but there's no such movement like that. He's just trying to buy time for him and his team. They're slowly creeping in and wanting to make a move, but no moves yet. Not able to find that knock. If not, they either have to straight up go in, because they still need to move in like an approximately 460 meters inside the circle, where they may find a position or may not. If they do not find a position, they have to go and take a fight. SEG there finding a knock. SALAI Esports is the only one with one elimination point, along with I think TSN. Other than that, still no fights yet. I mean, the teams have really managed to play it passively, right, Necros? Like, this is typical how grand finals are. Since this is the first game, teams are wanting to see that how other teams are reacting also. And they're really taking it deep inside that circle where it's the first it's the fifth or the sixth circle where they have to fight. Other than that, they're not wanting to take those initial moves. They're just wanting other teams to make those mistakes, and they want to latch on.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Now, looking forward to this entire circle, there will be so many fights coming on. Someone's dream, Dizzy, he has been taken down. Metal Wings, they have been shot for a long time. The Wings, they were cut off, they were damaged, but right now it seems like they want to again stand on their foot, take the fight head on, and challenge their opponent. Someone's dream. This is a team who has been there for a longer period of time around this foothills, trying to grab some finishes. But right now, oh my God, it is going to be problematic for Chalri. Noob, he's completely confined. He's already lost one of their crucial teammates, but 4x a lot down to a single player in the blink of an eye. Boggy is the only man standing. Bgmi was standing a few moments ago. Now he's been taken down. This is not a great sign for them. And WHO, they're stepping in at the right moment where it will hurt the most for the likes of BZ. Oh my God, this is something that they never expected. But oh my God, WHO, they're also facing the backlashes from another end.
Exactly. Imperium IGL is still outside the circle, just popped in a first aid and is the lone warrior. He can't go and just revive. His buggy is not in a good position, gets taken down. Here you go, we have another team getting eliminated over there. We had 15 teams for a while, and now we have cut down to 12. 3 teams getting eliminated really quickly in a span of time. And as you said, Necros, in the last circle, see, the circle is constantly shifting towards an open area where teams have no such areas to get those permanent covers coming in, other than their vehicles and smokes or small tips or small rocks. At this point of time, it is ZFE, which is kind of putting pressure on team number 8, and they're wanting to push in because they might see some picks coming in. Yeah, Nirvana, as you said, he finds that Shaki getting taken out. Granite, I think he manages to get one more knock. His other team, number 15, also is trying to make the situation a sandwich situation for team number 16. Then a lot of bother, and they get eliminated as well.
Oh, that's going to be SEG from the backyards. It's going to be Flick Whitey. Once teammates are now rivals. Nirvana versus Flick. This is going to be a very big fairy tale run for SEG, or maybe ZFE as well. But they're struggling. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Nirvana makes a mistake. Oh, that's a Molotov, mostly in the wrong spot. He wanted to get a smoke done, but Razor, I'm not quite sure whether he's going to get a revival or not. Nirvana doesn't have much smokes to work out with. His teammate, he's going to be in front of his eyes. There's nothing he can do. But SEG, they are playing through the edges. Typical style of how Flick always likes to play. But now ZG, They have they had the compound. They are here to rush in and get the finishes. 2 players knocked out, needs quick revival. One of them has gone down as well. Coming down to 2 of the player, IGL and Butterfly still trying to make it up against TBW. Right in front of their eyes is going to be a tough task for them, but on the other end of the spectrum, RU, they're also taking the fight against, who is it? It's going to be BANZAI coming in the mix and nade right onto the face. Gets him down, gets a knock, but instantly has to get inside the covers. Another player coming from the backyards, make sure he doesn't come in. That's BANZAI being taken down one after another.
Exactly, I think there's a nade being cooked over here from BANZAI again. The possibility that he might find one knock over there. There's another player crawling in. Would definitely want to get that pick. He will find that elimination as well. No, the player bleeds right in front of him before he could steal that point. There's one more player on the broken wall. Uses a Molotov to flush him out, but no value whatsoever. Making his move. Hitman is right in the open. He has to move in. He needs to go 15 meters more inside the circle. You can already see it's an open circle, exactly. There's a lot of players, just crawling and creeping towards the broken wall. If you are not really careful about your movement, you might just find those slides. Player sliding in. He finds one more Nirvana. Solo man standing. He cannot heal because player spots him. And those 2 knocked players convert them into points, Necros. He didn't manage to put in some real damage, but the players coming in from shelter. GS Nora finds one more pick over there and adds value to his team.
GS are on to something different, but TSN, they had the advantage for the entire time. Now they have to enter the circle, find some footings for themselves. TSN, they aren't stopping and trying to find those finishes out now. This is going to be a team just trying to go for a drive-by movement, but the stars will be connected. And must say, this is just Divine to watch how Divine is performing in front of the eyes. But SEG from afar, making sure that nobody trespasses their boundaries. And now one after another knocks are coming, but Chaser, it was a little too extra overcommitment that he showed, which has costed 14 finishes for SEG as they're still standing tall. The main guy is still there. Grant made sure that there is nobody who is going to trespass them, but still there is Arib out in the blue zone trying to deal some damages, but also RU, they will be ending their run. A lot of gatekeeping scenarios are happening. SCG, they also have to enter the circle, but the best part about this game is that there are still players alive, and Arib also makes it inside the circle with having 10 total finishes for his team.
For a moment, I wanted to say that SCG had the numbers advantage going across, but as I wanted to say it along the line, someone got knocked out from his team. And now the thing is that he has to get revived. There's 4 teams alive in this lobby at this point of time. And look at Arib. His position is not spotted actually by any of them. He's far away. But of course, at this point of time, SEG would be the favorites with the numbers they have managed to revive the man who got knocked out. I think that was Glacier who got taken down over there. They already have 14 eliminations in their favor, right? If they get the chicken run, it would be a big number for them. That is something they would look up to. This is team number 8, is TW Dollar. He's cooking some grenades at this point of time and trying to spot out those players from BZ who are right edged towards that corner. And right in front of them are SEG. So they might get sandwiched, Necros. This is not a spot they would want to be. But Arib's position is spotted and he is being shotted at, and Arib will be taken out. So we are left out with the top 3 teams in the lobby. And it is happening right in front of our screens right now. SEG wanting to push in, but everybody are crawling in towards the circle because they cannot stand up. Because if they want to stand up, players will easily spot them out. Chaser, actually, he has those needs, right?
Not a great situation for TBW. One of the players have been taken down. BANZAI made sure that there is nobody from the right side. But Rika, not quite aware, there is still another player, but Flick makes sure that Rika will go down. Chaser is there, playing in a 2-1 split. SEG, beautiful combination. Flick says, I'm going to handle this entire right side all by myself. Pushes another player to the backyards. But TBW also ends their run. Chaser made sure that there is no enemies left. But SEG, they're running towards the victory. One small broken wall, making sure that BZ, they are still alive. Osmo trying to heal himself up. But Flick, he is a man of his words. He's a man known for for his grenade works, and he will make sure to get something, but the finishing blow will come from Chaser as SEG. They will be walking away with the first winner chicken dinner of the grand finals as they kickstart the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2 BGMI with a kick-ass performance.
What a performance coming in from them. I think they had the position going in for them, and Necros, I think they managed to finish up as well. Teams we have seen multiple times, when they have the advantage, they still aren't able to get through that finishing line. But it was good to see this team initially beginning in a good note, in a positive note, because the momentum is something which all the teams require in a land situation, when of course you have been waiting for a while in a land area, and you wanted those butterflies starts kicking in. And I think this is something would be really, really good for them and the confidence of all those players. And this is something they would now want to build up, because consistency is something which will come along the lines. This is just the first match, not wanting to be too harsh on the other teams, but let's take a short little break. After break, we'll be back with the second game live.
After a very small break, we are once again back to dive into the second match of Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2 BGMI. This is Necros alongside me. It's going to be Oro Gaming joining me once again after such a bombastic match that we witnessed a few moments ago. I am 100% sure that the next
Yeah.
four games that we're going to see back to back will be amazing as well. While SEG, they had a tremendous start. It's time to dive in and see who is going to be the MVP, and there's only going to be one name. That is going to be Grant V without even a question.
Exactly. I think the way he managed to get 8 finishes and while 1074 damage in the lobby. But to be honest, the kind of impact he made in the game is rather than the numbers in the damage column. But here you go, it's the winner chicken dinner team stats right in front of our screens, Necros. It's Flick Whitey, as you said. This man is someone we have seen him in the past, and SEG is something they have begun with a sheer amount. Total number of 17 finishes, and that too with that winner chicken dinner, just made sure that they made this game into a big number, which already showcases to be 27 Necros.
That's a great start, in my opinion. SEG, the most important thing is that Chaser and Flick being in the same team, having that coordination all set. In addition to these two new players, I mean, for Flick and Chaser, they have been playing for a couple, I would say a shorter period of time or maybe a long period of time. It's, I mean, like 6, 7 months together, probably. But right now, diving into the grand finals, once again, SEG Sports will sit on the top with 27 points in total, followed by AUTOBOTZ in the 14th with 14 points. BANZAI Esports with 13, TBW Esports with 10 points on the board. So all four of these teams, they have got the double digits up
Yeah.
within the first match itself, while the other set of teams, they are still struggling behind. Specifically, teams like WHO, 4Xalot, ATDC, 0 pointer game is something that they will be having nightmares of.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, sometimes we talk about how BGMI can be harsh, but sometimes it can be funny as well, right? Necros, we have seen so many times that these kind of overall standings, or the standings which is currently being shown after match. So we have just ended up with the first game. We have four more games for today. This is not the table which is going to be staying permanent, right? There's going to be a hell lot of changes there. A lot of teams will come up, will come down also. It's just that you need to manage your consistent level as a team, because if you do not manage that consistency, I think you might lose out on an opportunity which as a team you have created. I think the second match is going to be Myanmar, and let's see how Myanmar turns out to be, Necro.
Yeah, before we dive into the map of Miramar, I would like to thank all our sponsors of this entire event of Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2, the Government of Nagaland, the Nagaland Doors, Department of Youth Resources and Sports Nagaland, and last but not least, Imprint, the Creative Workshop. So all of these sponsors, they have made this event a very successful event so far. I mean, this is the grand final that we're kickstarting, but before that, all the qualifiers were held. And also in the arena, I was getting some sneak peeks from all my friends out there in the Indira Gandhi Stadium. I mean, the atmosphere is amazing, the crowd is
Yeah.
amazing, and to see those teams being on the main stage, trying to fight out and give their best in order to be on the top by the end of day one, it itself is a big opportunity, and I would say a big stage for all the other teams, those who haven't had an experience of how a land tournament works out. For them,
Yeah.
it's a first of a kind experience. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dive into the first match of Miramar of this grand finals, as well as we have GS Nora as the flight captain. Miramar is going to be the second game. A lot of hopes are still there for a lot of teams. WHO, the table toppers who came into the grand finals with a lot of momentum, they haven't had a really great start, but hopefully in this Miramar, the ray of hope will arrive at their doorsteps.
Exactly, the plane path, the two ends of the trajectory showcases that it's starting from El Hazar and towards El Pozo. Looks like this time it's the southern side of the map, which is going to be a little bit to access, right? Let's see where we find the first clash happening. Last time it was Autobots who started things off really quickly with four early eliminations. Then we saw a late, fights brewing up in the lobby, where it was mostly about the last circle or the last stages of the game where teams started fighting it out. Other than that, it was a lot of holding time and teams were looking to rotate and maneuver. And let's see if the approach changes right now, Necro. Because if I think some of the teams would now want to initiate fights so that they have that confidence, because by surviving you can of course gain points, but I personally feel if you get those early fights going in your favor, there's a hell lot of confidence which you gain from those kind of situations.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree with this one. But once again, you have to keep things in mind that some drop clashes might just, satisfy your own team ego or your own ego,
Mm,
or maybe some gain you some extra points. But once again, my friend, drop clashes will always hamper your path to championship title, will always hamper the performance or maybe the road to glory that you are looking forward to. Because once again, drop clashes is something that is always a 50-50 situation. Nobody
correct.
completely takes the entire benefit home. So you have to be really acceptable with that fact that if you're eager in going out for drop clashes over and over again, even after like first match, it's considerable that okay that you face one drop clashes we are not prepared of, but second, third, every time you're trying to go for a repetition, that is something that it's a deliberate move from your end. So you have to be really cautious about those things. But as of now, we've also witnessed some of those early knockouts coming in the finish feed. One of the players was knocked out a few moments ago. Not quite sure where is that fight is happening. But for TBW, this team, I mean, they had a really fair outing in the last map of Erangel, being in the top three, grabbing some decent amount of points, also bagging up over like a double-digit game for themselves. I can't expect anything more from the very first game itself.
Exactly. I think it's Team ZG. I saw a shot of Winchester popping up in the finish feed. Again, there's a fight happening somewhere in the map. We'll know where it is. This is Osmosis, Necros, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, it is Osmosis going up against team number 18. Let's see where this fight is around, because nobody has taken any kind of damage. As you mentioned, there was a player getting knocked out in the finish feed. It was the Osmosis Dawn, OSM Dawn, who got taken down. But he is revived right now and he has regained his HP. So no concerns right now. But both the teams know their positionings right now, and I think the movement should be expected. Either they would take a fight or would want to sway away. Let's see how the approach comes out from both the teams.
Now, for Osmosis, it's really important that they grab points. They have only got 1 point from the last map of Erangel. Can't see a very fair outing for this entire side of Osmosis. But once you have kind of overcome that, yes, the match is done. What we have done, the mistakes, it can't be repeated. We will make sure that the mistakes are not repeated over and over again. Because once again, as I mentioned earlier, you don't have much opportunities every time. But
Oh,
BANZAI Esports, this is not the kind of start that you would want for yourself in the map of Miramar. That too against, it's going to be someone's dream. The entire team, they've got one opening, but a
my
beautiful cover
God.
fire coming from the another end. Lobster, he comes in the right moment, strikes hard, and gets one of the crucial players out. Someone's dream. They will look forward to take an advantage or maybe go for a little bit aggressive situation, because right now AUTOBOTZ right in front of their eyes. It's going to be a big, brutal battle which they will look forward to take in, because after losing one of your crucial teammates, you will definitely not look forward to back yourself up from this fight.
And also see the Myanmar terrain is not the most suitable for open rotations, right? Or even if you're trying to make a push, if you don't have those informations in your favor, I think things can go down south, just like it happened in that situation. So it's going to be very, very difficult for teams if they want to do so. But if you're trying to do it, just make sure that things are under control. If it's not, then you might just lose out on an opportunity which you just could have been in an advantageous seat. Now, suddenly things are not looking good. Autobots again have started well. They have got that first pick. The last match they have 14 points. So this is something which I said would be considered pretty good. Like the consistency, which is going to be very crucial down the lane, and this is a word which is going to be overused by us today and tomorrow until we find out who's going to be the champion of Hornbill Esports Championship, Necros.
It's just about a couple of hours, couple of games, and we will get to know out of all those 256 teams, those who took part in this tournament, which is the one who will lift up the trophy in the Indira Gandhi Stadium in Kohima. All the 16 teams, they're fighting out and they're trying their best to be on their top game. while the others, they are seeming like to just get their momentum back on track, trying to do their best as much as possible. Second game itself, nothing's just gone by. We can't say that they've lost everything. There's just a second game. One game, yeah, it can be bad for WHO, for specifically a team who has been doing exceptionally well. ATDC, this was the first team to get eliminated in the map of Erangel. So now coming down to the map of Miramar, they better have a better plan, maybe some different strats to implement in this match in order to grab some points or maybe some decent points for themselves to recover or from what they have lost in the map of Erangel.
True. Recovery is something which they would definitely want to look at. And other than rebuilding right now, they have another option. This is Team RU, which is Rising Underdogs. They didn't have a solid start. They had only 6 points to go with in the last game. Something is better than nothing, of course. This is something which we all know. So let's see how this team, makes their move in this game. It's going to be interesting to watch out. Ryuga, the IGL, last match struggling in his position. Of course, he would want to fix his situation. As a team, I think sometimes if you are able to keep your numbers advantage towards the end part of the game, I think you end up doing well. At least you find some picks here and there, and also do manage to get some survival points on the board, like they managed in the last game. Like 6 points is a decent game, not above decent, but it's a decent number which you can showcase. But let's see how they can build more. Necros.
It is important for your players to survive, but TBW, they're also making sure that they're gonna make the life a miserable one for OSMOSIS once again. Not a great start indeed. They were looking forward to go for some early fights, but TSM and TBW with a double duel combination, they're making sure that OSMOSIS, they are not alive. Last player, he's being hunted down by the players of TBW. They came in from the backyards, never prepared. OSMOSIS, this is a really bad side. They're gonna jump in. 2 players knocked in an instant. TBW, that's a big blunder. 2 finishes given away. Just like that, TBW. Oh my god, what have you done, mate?
Exactly. TBW, at this point of time, they have those 4 finishes to work with. This is a good start from TBW, to be honest, right, Necros? Because in the last game, they had 10 points. And now they have 4 more to work with, and they can again, keep on surviving in the game and just build on this. This is BZ. This is a team, of course, in the last game. I think this is BANZAI Esports, Necros, as mentioned. Yeah, they were one of those survivors in the last circle, and as you said, they're one of the teams who did manage to get the double-digit mark going in. There's 13 points alongside AUTOBOTZ and, of course, SEG, who got the winner chicken dinner. This is San Martin, of course. It's a big city. You will find out some other team also. Just hoping that you find out them and you get one, can find some value. This is typical Miramar right now. There's a slow start. 42 seconds left on the clock before the second stage starts moving in. Teams will slowly and steadily find their pace, and usually this is a time where teams wantingly, just takes their time and just takes it slow.
It's something like that when you just look forward to bigger endings and better results. You have to look a little bit wider. You have to open your perspective. Think something out of the box, which will again blow the minds of the other opponents, like what SEG did. I mean, this was a typical strategy in which I have seen Flick being really persistent on. He's always been the guy to take up the fights. He's always been the guy who likes to play around the edges, take fights, make a good split, enter the circle, find some sweet spot, again take fights, and this kind of strategy has always kind of helped him get the better results. And when you have players like Grant, you've got Chaser in the mix, and also There's Muffin. So you've got a lot of players who have that potential to take fights. And Flick has always been, very choosy about the teammates that he has. He wants his teammates to go all in. When he wants them to take the fight, he wants them to go all in and not think twice. But also for Metal Wings, MW, this is also a team those have had some exceptional amount of performances in the past rounds. Being the table toppers, having so many finishes in their name, I really expected them to pop off in a better way, but yeah, Erangel, it was a different story. Hopefully in the map of Miramar, we can see the real Metal Wings in action.
True. The circle has made a shift again. This time it has moved towards the western part of the playing area. San Martin being the center and a lot of cluster being there. Usually, whenever we see these kind of circles, there's a lot of bounds, involved, and teams have shelter. Once, okay, there's movement coming in. See some shots being taken on Spy's car. He barely survives. He manages to escape for this while. Takes some deep breaths. He stops his car. Won't say that this is the best spot to stop yourself. I think number 5 is. He's wanting to take some shots, but Scar with that 4x. The stablest option, of course, but then of course you want to showcase your position. I wasn't sure about the fact that if you wanted to take that shot, because see, this is what I was talking about. He shouldn't have taken those shots. He should have waited for his teammate when he should have escaped from there across.
Sometimes, Oro, you don't get the opportunity to back off. Maybe that's a kind of valiant effort that player wanted to put in, that even if I'm going down, I'll just make sure that I take one with me as well to help my teammates, or maybe buy some time by taking fight, pushing them away. But sometimes it just backfires. You never know when it is going to be. But Zero Fear Esports, they had zero fear in the last match. Nirvana was the one being that flag bearer for his team in the final moments. Made sure he is going to give some tough times to the opponents. But right now, in the early phase of the game, they have lost Spy, one of the crucial players for Zero Fear Esports. But right now, they have to be really very, very much consistent with their performance. Zero Fear Esports, they had some fair outings. They had like 3 points, 2 to 3 points in my opinion in the past match. Okay, 3 points is what they had. But still, I mean, when you are looking forward to take fights, you want to take some risks, you have to, look in another way that you might just face some backlashes. So in that way, I feel like Zero Fear Esports has already costed Spy for them in this map of Miramar. They have to look forward to what they can get out of from this map of Miramar. Maybe play a little bit consistent, maybe play a little bit, composed, in which they can grab some points, maybe better than 3 points in this map of Miramar, which is definitely really important for them.
True. Salai Kenzo. I think he did manage. Did he spot someone there? I think he did spot. He was looking there for a while, but did not get any kind of movement. There's a team there, of course, in the vicinity. It's the water treatment I'm talking about. Vin he's also trying to take TPP to an advantage and trying to spot them. It's team number 8. They are, concerned about, where they had a fight maybe. Okay, Vin takes some shot. As I said, his vehicle is already destroyed. The man is stuck over there, wanting to hold his ground, his position. I think he has a support. It's Don. Name is Don. Not wrong. It's Don. It's 4 Exil team name. Long range fight. No value created right now. But of course, they are stuck for the time being. Let's see how their movement comes in once the circle is not in their favor. It's still stage 2. A lot of game to be played in this game. Oh wait, Voldy, he could have taken him down. Shots being taken, but did not get that important value which he ideally wanted, Necros.
Exactly, and right now this is going to be something that they will look forward to, maybe capitalize, or maybe go for a quick wide rotation. TFK, they were looking forward to take up a fight. They found one of their scapegoats at this moment, maybe on which they want to capitalize. It's a good opportunity, in my opinion. You've got one player completely stuck, helpless, and now it's a big opportunity. But oh my god, Paladin was much prepared for this one to come in. Make sure that Valdi goes down. That's a big blow to the side of TFK, but maybe at this moment the revival is possible, though, thanks to the distance and the ridges that is present in that particular location. But Paladin has to be really prepared for what's coming next. Alpha Boy will be coming in closer as quickly as possible to get the revival, get his teammate up. Paladin also gets spotted, and SALAI Esports from the backyards come in and knocks in his back door, gets that one knock and the confirmation down. That's how you capitalize on the situation. And SALAI Esports, they've been doing this from the very past match itself, and now they would love to do it more and more in the map of Miramar. TFK, it could have been their finish, it could have been their point, but now it has been completely lost. While the other players, will be looking forward to just stay intact in that one compound in the vicinity that they're holding so far. While TFK, they might just look forward for a different direction of their rotation.
Exactly. We have 8 seconds left on the clock before the circle shifts again. This is TFK Alpha Boy we're talking about. This is a team, would want to grab onto this game as well, because they would that momentum in their favor. Last game wasn't the best. So yeah, Hacienda del Petron, San Martin are still kind of the center of this circle, as we saw from the beginning. And the teams who got hold of the situation, or San Martin right from the beginning, they're still sitting pretty comfortably and no problems whatsoever, because teams are going to come in towards the compounds of San Martin, or maybe towards that hill, the back roads from Picardo and Graveyard, and also Power Grid. No teams there from Power Grid side, but at least there's a team called SEG who got the winner chicken dinner in the last game. They're coming in from Picardo. The fight's going on middle of a road, and the shots being taken as well. I think one player just fell short or taken out. Don't know who it is. We'll get to know of him, but I think it's Team RU who's taking up and going up against somebody across the road.
It's ATDC, man. In the vicinity is trying to find out something against rising underdogs. Out in the open, they have the topographic advantage for themselves, but it's a really great circle to play along with, in my opinion. You've got so many compounds inside the circle, not very much, it is going to be the open areas, but once again, you've got hard covers to play around with. So, yep, that is a kind of situation which you would love to capitalize. Almost every team would love to capitalize. And for that, quick rotations are quite necessary. But AUTOBOTZ on the other end of the spectrum, about 2 finishes, will be looking forward to capitalize on more, but Lobster makes sure that he gets a knock, he gets a confirmation as well. Zero Fear Esports, they lose so many players. 2 finishes backed up by Lobster all by himself. Also with the assist of Arib, AUTOBOTZ, they've got a big option to roll out and get all those confirmations, while leaving Zero Fear Esports down to that one single player once again in the map of Miramar, which is none other than Nirvana, being that one flag bearer for his team side. He's got a big responsibility on his shoulder once again to get as many points as possible, but to be in this position and be all alone, that is one hell of a job that he has to accomplish.
Exactly, right. Underdog active prototype Ghosting is taking some shots towards AUTOBOTZ right now. Okay, wait, Addy finds a Reeb over there. He was last man standing in the last game. He was there in the last lot of teams surviving in Erangel. Let's see if he is is AUTOBOTZ being able to it again possible for them to find those points or in rows. Grant, of course, is a spotlight on him. He had 8 finishes in the last game. He has been calm in this game, right? Because they have not taken any fights, just like how it happened in Erangel. It slowly started building when the circles made their shifts. It's a similar kind of situation in Miramar as well. For 4 to 6 seconds left in the clock, where we will see the 4th stage coming in. Players are moving slowly towards San Martin, Hacienda del Petron, where the action will start unfolding really, really quickly. We haven't seen a head-on fight yet. Again, just like how we saw it on Erangel. Things are panning out pretty slow in the past 2 games. The teams have taken time, to be honest, to settle down and to judge teams that how they want to play. And it has been more or less of a passive approach from all the teams out there, except for Autobots. They have in both the games have started initially and they have wanted to go for initial picks, which have given them confidence.
Now, the main fact for this kind of play is because of the old zone meta that they are playing in. It allows you to take some more time, make yourself comfortable in the map, find some sweet spots, and then around that area you can take fights. So yeah, that is one of the causes of why we're witnessing all those slow battles. Also for WHO, they're playing in a 2-2 split around down south. They will have two teams being the intruders inside the circle. If they can gatekeep them properly, get those finishes up while they're rotating from the southern end, maybe entering from the southern end, it can be beneficial. One of them, once again, Team ZG from the southeastern side of the quadrant. Then you've got SEG and BANZAI Esports in the mix from the southwestern part of the circle. Important positions to hold on. WHO, they didn't had a great start, but also this match, it can be really great if they can hold on to the positions that they're holding right now and grab as many finishes as possible, because in front of them, they've also got TBW in the big compounds of the San Martin Hill. While BANZAI, they're looking forward for intruders from afar. And now TFK, they're also into shambles. Metal Wings, they're trying to showcase some really domination on the teams like that. No Trust doesn't want to give any footsteps away, but the sound has been heard. The shots have been fired. No Trust makes a move, but instantly gets a retaliation from afar. His plan of getting a proper finish is completely unsuccessful, but also TFK loses the next player as well, keeping only two of them alive in the competition.
This is WHO. This is from IGL. I think he uses smoke. There are crates here and there. San Martin, the circle has shifted again towards the inside part of San Martin. The hills are there to be capitalized. There's a good split. There's a 2-2 split coming in, but they have to be very careful of the team behind them. There is a possibility of them, causing some kind of problem later in the game. Okay, there's a 1v1 going on between MW RB1 and this SALAI Esports. Okay, Abel is just a moment where he could be taken out because there's 4 players wanting to chase him down, and RB1 gets taken out pretty easily. A blow over there, which was, I think, not needed. He had to, get one pick over there, which he couldn't. And of course, when it's difficult, right, Necros, when 3 players are coming in for you, and you are just the one in that spot left out with nothing, just your life.
Always a tough task, in my opinion. But right now, it is going to be tough for a lot of teams like Rising Undergods. They have been trying to end the circle, but now one after another, the players are falling, and it's TFK in the mix, also facing the backlashes from another end. Not an easy job to play around the ridges of Miramar. It's always really challenging. That's why a lot of teams, they always tend to say that, Miramar is tough. Playing in Miramar, rotating in Miramar is tough, and the circle has shifted towards the eastern side, keeping only a couple of compounds inside the circle. Rising Underdogs will be pretty happy, but also on the other end, they've got 4x Lord, TFK coming in the mix alongside someone's dream. A lot of teams in the northeastern part of the map, but in this entire mix, Nirvana is the only solo player still standing tall.
Look at the circle, Necros. Look at the circle. It has constantly shifted away from the players, making it so difficult for them to survive. Suddenly, you had the compounds, of Hacienda and San Martin, and now it is in open, barren fields. And it looks like a similar kind of situation in how it ended up in Shelter, or the outskirts portion of Shelter and Mansion. Or to be fair, it was towards those open fields. It's a similar situation in Miramar as well. It starts off with those compounds and shifts towards those open fields. Now teams are finding it difficult to get those places and find the spots inside the zone. BZ, this BANZAI Esports, player getting taken out, and I think there's a push coming in from team number 7. The nade being coked, but the positioning of the nade was so close. But because of the nade, I think the player did come up and did not want to stop the car over there. Molotovs and nades being used by them as well. Lems, he has had a chance to revive his teammate. He didn't manage to revive. nobody has made a move towards the hilltop. So no concerns for the time being, Necros, for them.
WHO, they're prioritizing the circle. That's completely, understandable. A big 2-2 split is what they have, trying to kind of corner out the players of BANZAI because they're outside of the circle. And who has a really good read? That's a really clever move, if you ask me, to kind of gatekeep the players of BANZAI as they will be looking forward to enter the circle from that one split, a proper valley area. So that is something which is concerning, but also they have to look for another angle. But oh my god, they are never prepared for TBW, what's coming next, but also who they also faces some backlashes from another end. One player knocked in confirmed. From behind comes TBW. A nade right onto the face of Moto. Gets it down. Rika coming up close in person, trying to give the damage as much as possible. TBW right in front of their eyes. It's gonna be BZ. They have the control, they have the angles, but right now TBW, it might be just too late to back off because one player has been knocked out. Another dealing the damage of the blue zone. They have the advantage, and again BANZAI will reign supreme in this fight as they enter the circle with a couple of finishes in their bag, also restricting the playing area for WHO inside the game, even though the two players are still surviving.
Even though they did not have the numbers advantage, BANZAI, the showcases the confidence they have. Oh my god, Sharky barely survives over there, but he is alone again. There's two players, one coming in from inside, one from outside, and no chance given him whatsoever to survive over there. He got taken down pretty easily. Now we have 7 teams left out in this lobby, and still 20 players remaining in this death circle, Necros. Looks like BANZAI has the positioning and the numbers advantage going in, but still they have to come down. Look at the positioning SDX has right now. They are targeting BANZAI, and he will find. He almost did find Osmo there, but he survives. He survives in point HP, Necros.
This is a game of ATDC, there's no doubt about it. They have the good area of the entire circle. What they have to do is just prevent someone's dream to enter the circle. That is one of the most difficult parts, if you ask me. BANZAI, might just be turning out to be the free finishes inside the game while they will be coming downhill. But right now, the main focus is going to be on the inside of TSN. A lot of fights brewing up. TSN outside of the circle. They have to breach through the players of WHO. Those are inside the circle. But before that, they have to also ensure that all the surroundings are clear. So many things that TSN needs to accomplish in order to find a sweet spot for themselves inside the play zone. But now, BANZAI making a move. ATDC will be prepared. BANZAI, they will be shot from left, right, and center. TSN from behind. They're also being taken down one after another from the different side. But in the mix, someone's dream. 2 players down. Might just be the third one to go down as well because ATDC, they have the right set on that. Those players making sure that they don't get the footings inside the clearing area. BANZAI still surviving, but also on the other end, making the life hell for the likes of other teams like Meadowbanks.
Exactly. See, BANZAI doesn't have the big number of eliminations to to flaunt around. They have the positioning right now where they can just build up. They have the positioning, but Circle have again stretched away from them. As you said, it is ATDC. It's gonna be a big challenge for BANZAI Esports right now. Addy, he is waiting for team number 14 to make a move because I think they're constantly pressuring them. One player being taken out. Position is spotted. He might take him down. And yes, Addy sprays Bambi down over there. Knocks him out. Finishes things up. Gets one more pick for his team. The advantage is in favor of ATDC right now. RU Esports Rising Underdogs are certainly turning the heat up. BANZAI, look at Kai. He finds one more value onto TSN. I think there was the last man standing. We have the last 3 teams in this lobby. Necros, looks like all of them has a numbers game going in, but wait, I had a different plan because he takes down Kai, and also he has his eye on Osmo as well. He made Osmo's position is already compromised. It's not going to be easy for him. Rugaz IGL and along with him Ghosty wanting to pressurize his positioning because he doesn't want player to get revived. On the other end, Lems find one more pick onto the ATDC, and ATDC is on the move. They are on the car. It's going to be a menacing situation for them, Necros.
This is tough. ATDC, they had to move in, but they are not in a very suitable spot. BANZAI, they have the majority of the control. Addy, it's a good time that he needs to pounce in and find the finishes. ATDC down and out, rising under gods, underdogs. They've got some finishes, but ATDC will be eliminated by BANZAI itself. Lens wanted to go up close and personal, gets the good retaliation. BANZAI, it's going to be a 3v2 situation. Rising underdog right up. Ryuga, HP is way too low. This is hiding in the smoke screen, but it is not going to be enough. Ryuga might just get one player down, but not enough to secure the victory as BANZAI, they did what they wanted to do in the previous match of Erangel. They have accomplished in the map of Miramar as they will walk away with the winner chicken dinner of the second match of this Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2 BGMI.
I mean, they were on the corners, right? They had the cards going in. Once they, came down the hill, they just had to defend that spot, and I think they had the numbers, so they managed, all the positionings well, and I think the way they handled ATDC and also rising underdogs at the last. So that is something they deserved it, right? BANZAI Esports on Erangel as well. They had the points going in. They were in the last lot, surviving there. Also in this game, they were inching for that winner chicken dinner and managed to cross the finishing line and did not want to lose out on that opportunity, Necros.
Yeah, but this match was a disaster for SEG, a team who took 27 total points from the very first game. They were down with 0 points. This is a big setback from such a great match to a big down upset. SEG, it's a roller coaster ride. Hopefully, they're going to come back better in the next game. But what a game it was. TSN has been really consistent in the meantime. Like both the games, they have been around the top 5. No beating around the bushes. They've already been completely focused on their targets of what they want to accomplish from each and every match. And you know one thing, being consistent has always helped teams get greater points, be on the top list by the end of day. Because once again, if it is a performance like SEG, one match you do good, second match you're down with 0 points, third match you might just get some decent points. Completely uncertain performance. But if you remain consistent in every 5 games that you're playing, there is a high possibility that you will finish in the top 3. But you know what? We will be discussing more on these topics with a lot of stats right after this very short break. After a very small break, ladies and gentlemen, back to back action is what we are witnessing in the entire Hornbill Esports Championship season number 2. Two matches done and dusted. We have seen two different winners in both the matches, and both the matches had different kind of storyline, to be really honest. But also with
Yep.
that one name that we're going to focus on more is going to be the MVP of this match of Miramar from Rising Under gods. I mean, I want to rename them under gods because I really want to call them like that. But yeah, rising underdogs. It's going to be Addy with a total of 5 finishes in his name with a damage of 887. My God.
Definitely, I mean, a player to watch out for the way he handles the situation. Would have been really happy if the game would have been converted as well. The winner chicken being in favor of course, BANZAI Esports. If I'm not wrong, they are going to be the table toppers because they were there right in the first game. After the first game was, they had that double-digit mark going in. In this game, they had total 9 finishes. Look at Auto Mauto actually. Pardon me, with there with 3 finishes. Lems got finished off in the game. He couldn't contribute, but his presence was, of course, being felt by the other teams. Of course, Asmo got 2. Rika over there, being able to get 4 finish as well. So total contributed to a 9 finish, and of course, they got the chicken dinner, which ended up with total of 19 points. Necros is not at all easy in a situation where teams are not wanting to take initial fights, right? All those fights are happening in the past 2 games. We have seen after the fifth stage on the stage, is witnessing 15 teams or 14 teams right till the end. And look at the overall standings in front of our screens. BANZAI Esports as expected with 32 points. They're right on top.
Followed by that SEG, it was not a great game for them. Only 1 point is what they have walked off with in the map of Miramar after having a 27-point game in the very first one.
Yeah.
Definitely something which will upset them, but still they are in the second position with 28 points on the board. AUTOBOTZ with 22, rising underdogs with 21. A beautiful match indeed for these guys. Like they have risen up to the fourth position, followed by TSN Esports. They have been really consistent, but there is much better endings in which I think we can see TSN in the upcoming games to be in. While TW Esports, they had a really fair game in the map of Miramar this time. Having 14 points, they're still in the top 6.
See, I'm really concerned about the second page, right? Look at 0. They haven't opened their accounts yet. This is a little concerning because we had said that we only going to have 10 matches in the span of Hornbill Esports Championship, right? And we are left out with 8. When will they start? Because this is a question. So once they start, they already will have to climb up the ladder where BANZAI Esports is already sitting with 32 points. The difference is going to creep on. So this is gonna have to change for them really quickly. Metal Wings seems like who they don't have the numbers with them right now. They need that one big jump or one big game with a winner chicken dinner, or maybe some with some good finishes. For that, I think the third map would be something which I would want to look at. But I'm wanting to know that is it going to be Sandhawk or Cross? So that is something which is not. Oh, it's going to be Erangel. So okay, so we have Erangel coming up in front of you. So no concerns over there, because if I thought in the international meta right now, currently Rondo is something which has taken the scene by a sway, and where the recall is there and a lot of things are there, but we'll talk about that later. Let's jump into map cinematics for now.
Enough of cinematics as we dive into the match number 3 of this grand finals. This is going to be the map of Erangel once again diving into this virtual world. Ladies and gentlemen, just be there where you are because this tournament, this matchup is just turning more and more interesting as we start from the northeastern side of Stolber, ending towards the areas of Quarry. A big diagonal flight path is what we're witnessing, favoring most of the western and north and the central part of the map of Erangel, while the teams flying down towards the areas of Milta and Milta Power, even in the areas of Novo, Repnoy or military base, will face some consequences as they have to go for some early vehicle rotations in order to reach their respective drop spots.
Exactly. To be honest, I would want some change in pace from the teams because, right, we have seen a passive approach from all the teams out there except for one of the teams. But the temperature out there in Kohima is literally menacing teams. I saw, a few stories on the social media website of Esports Association of Nagaland. Uh, they have the players wearing mufflers and hoodies right up, but definitely the game inside would want to get started heated up where players would really want to make a move, and few teams like who are already the second page in desperate needs of points where the game is really moving away from them, because if they want to stay in this tournament, like the Hornbill Esports Championship, this grand finals going on, we have 10 games, right? We said that we will start off with 10 games. Right now we are into the third match. We are done with 2 games. Here comes up teams like SEG and BANZAI Esports, who have already started things off pretty well. SEG would want to little bit mend things from the last game where they only got 1 point. Let's see how they manage things in this game as well.
I mean, at this moment, I feel like the circle always tends to test the players. SEG, as you were talking about them, they're way too far from the circle. They've gone towards the eastern side. Now the circle is there on the west. They will look forward to again get back the lead of what they had in the previous match, after the match number 1, to be precise. But TBW, if you ask me, their game, it has been kind of composed, in my opinion, but they can actually get some better results. They have kind of fumbled in the most vulnerable situations, in the most important situations, to be really precise. And this is something that I really believe TBW needs to kind of fix. That you're taking some good fights, you're getting some clear-cut rotations inside the circle, but for you to be in a sweet spot, or maybe to grab the winning slot or the chicken dinner for yourselves, you need to be really kind of composed when you're taking some important fights, or maybe involving yourselves in those third parties where you don't get any retaliation trades. But in the meantime, Zero Fear Esports, this has been the storyline in every other match, man. You can just see every now and then one or the other player of Zero Fear Esports is getting taken down on an early note, which is causing a lot of problems for them.
Exactly, and that is not going to be an ideal situation they would be in moving forward, right? Because numbers advantage is something to keep where other teams are just not wanting to lose out on that game, right? So now the situation is again seems like that teams are waiting, as you said, as you mentioned early on game, where this is the old circle meta where players have to wait. They cannot unwantingly start fights up until unless they need to. At this point of time, it's still the first day. It's still the third game. Teams are still wanting to take their time. They are wanting to settle things down. For example, this is Banzai Esports I'm talking about right now. They have been the team to watch out for in both the games. They have been consistent, probably getting those numbers going in. They have consistently made sure they have got elimination point in their favor alongside the survival point as well. So you all already see we already watching some teams like Autobots as well. They had the 14-pointer game in the first match of Erangel. The last game was a decent number for them, but not so great. I would love to see Lobster, right? He started things really well in the first game. But after then, it has been a lull period for him. Hoping so that he, turns the heat on for his team and also for the other teams in the lobby. This is Rika. He got 4 in the last game. Let's see if he manages to do the same in this game, because of course Banzai would take this lead in a bigger way, so that the other teams cannot just has to play the catching game, right?
Exactly, that is something that we need to kind of focus on. But on the other end, someone's dream. This is a team which kind of has a lot of potential, in my opinion. You've got the players. They have done some good work so far in the grand finals in terms of points. Yep, can't say the very same because only 5 points out of the 2 matches that they've played. But in terms of the intent that they have within themselves, I feel like this team has got some good potential to do something better or go beyond the limitations of what they're still hiding or still kind of holding back. But they need to kind of figure it a little bit quickly because so far you've played 2 matches in the grand finals, you're in the third match. You need points because only points can win you championship, and for that you need to survive till the end, get the fights in a proper manner, get the finishes, take the placement points, and make a quick jump in the overall rankings because still we are in the initial stages of the grand finals. One good game and you're so back in the competition.
Absolutely. This is Team ZG, as you mentioned. They are also a team, who needs to, of course, up the ante. They only have 4 points with them. Um, like 1,000 meters away from the circle. That is not the concern right now. The concern is they're not able to, win those fights, or doesn't have the confidence to, even initiate a fight or maybe create an opportunity. Where there's a difference between teams, who just waits for the opportunity. There are some teams who want to create opportunities for them. It is BANZAI Esports. How they managed to go inside the circle in the last game, the last few months of Miramar, where they did manage to get some value and also got the winner in a chicken dinner from there. 9 seconds left on the clock. We will see the second stage forming real soon. This is TSN Esports, also a team did manage to get some, decent points. They are up onto 18 right now. You see the circle? Looks like ruins, or maybe the Everest circle, which can be a little bit tricky for the teams moving in late in this circle, right, Necros?
Yeah, it is already something that will be raising concerns, but this is a team TSW having some really sweet spots for themselves. But yeah, it's going to be a long, long journey for them from Nowhere Pnoy to the Pochinki area, the closest possible entry in the play zone. But in the Smack Center, look who are there. It's going to be TBW. You've got WHO in the mix. 2 teams in the Smack Center of the circle trying to find out their spots around the shipyard. Not a very suitable spot, in my opinion, for at least 2 teams to kind of collide. But the circle tends to attract the teams in that position. So they have to go, they have to make a move, while WHO, they have been waiting patiently. They have been dying to get some good points on the board. While Rising Underdogs, they haven't had any finishes so far, but it seems like one of their players, Hitman, was knocked out. He has got a revival quickly. He's back on track, and probably this would be a viable decision to kind of back off, while Ryuga IGL makes sure that Flake is the one going down.
Definitely, but see the way they have turning the cars around. Looks like they want to take the fight. Rising Underdogs have been the team, who have initiated fights early on in this match of Rang, and also the last game. The way Spotlight was on Addy, right? He was the MVP of the last game. He did manage to get some good amount of frags for his team and also managed to lit up the lobby. So, there you go. We have a knockout coming in, but this is against for AE, for Exiles. Necros are not in a good spot already, and also with this kind of news, obviously not the ideal situation for them. They haven't yet opened their account. It's a big concern for them, and it's Team WHO in front of them. So how will this situation be dealt? Is the question right now. They're outside ruins. They have the position with them, but the problem is not with the position, Necros. It's with the players wanting to take the fight, or maybe with their positionings, or maybe how they are, taking things ahead. Banzai on the other end might find a team on rotation towards shooting range, and okay, look at Nomi. He finds a player on monster truck, tries to take a shot, did manage to put up some damage, but did not get the knockout over there. If he would have got that, I think definitely would have been a fight which they wanted to take on heads up. Which BANZAI Esports, they have been that team which I am constantly mentioning. So they have been wanting to take those or itching for those fights, but the fight is happening somewhere else right now. Necro WHO against
This is a fight that WHO wanted. As I was saying a few moments ago, that WHO, they are dying to get the points for themselves. This is probably one of the most best situations that they can ever find in this game, capitalizing on those vulnerable players of rising underdogs, but also for Axolot, they're also coming into the mix, being one of the most brutalist side. I really thought that they will turn out to be. It hasn't been the case. They've been taken down left, right, and center. Mikami needs a quick revival for underdogs. They just rising underdogs. They're just in front of them. While AUTOBOTZ, they've also got some fights to deal with now. The shots being fired. 05 Esports, everywhere they were heading, they are being taken down. First, it was one of their players. Then second and third, falling like pieces of cards against BANZAI, against AUTOBOTZ, in my opinion. AUTOBOTZ getting those early finishes is really important, but Nirvana again becomes the one and only player surviving for 05 Esports. He's playing in a little split, and that is helping him to survive a tad bit longer, but his teammates being compromised over and over again in the matches of Grand Finals is something which is somehow the other way pushing them away from the championship title.
True. BANZAI Esports right now, one elimination in their name, and way for Axels have taken their spot. This is a good compound, but a lot of players would definitely towards the ridges, or maybe from Everest, would want to pressurize them. They have to be very careful about their positioning. Look at WHO; they are still wanting to play towards his position, but for a moment I thought Toy was in a spot of bother. Still in a spot of bother. Shots being taken towards his buggy. It's very fortunate that he did not get taken down over there, Necros, right? Also, his tires are intact. 4 seconds, and 4 seconds we will see the stage shifting coming in. This is the third stage. Players will have 2 minutes on the clock to make their shifts or the movements before the fourth stage closes in. The circle have taken a shift towards the southern end of the play area, where Gatka has now become the most concerning spot, and also where rising underdogs are positioned, to be honest, just below the Everest lines, alongside those crossroads where I think ZG is holding. Let's see if these positions come handy for them.
Now, it is really important for us to kind of realize of what is coming up next. The complete northeastern quadrant of the circle is completely confined, and there is very ample amount of space left for, very small amount of space left for the teams to kind of position themselves. By TFK in the mix, and Furium will be looking forward to get a knockout, which is something which they are looking forward to, but couldn't get enough of it. Still, the shots being fired, not a single damage being there. WHO, 2 finishes backed up, 2 points kind of converted for their side, but it has been a disaster game. The first 2 games for WHO, the first one an early exit, second one Miramar, I really thought where they could just walk away with at least some decent points. Couldn't get much, 5 points out of 2 matches that they've played, but right now TFK Alpha Boy, he's been surviving for such a long time. Now the shots being fired, now he's got some better visuals, and now the shots will be connecting. TFK, they will get one good finish. Rising underdogs will lose Ryuga in the mix. As he was all alone, he couldn't do much, was finding a shelter spot for himself, but never thought of that one team is just gonna pounce on him like that and will cause so much havoc.
Exactly. Positioning MW is in right now. Metal. This is Metal Esports. Fang. He has a position where he can find out a lot of teams rotating. He spots one more over there on the shores of Georgiopol. But the problem is the circle has shifted from Georgia Pole towards the southern end of this Everest. So they have to, if they want to come in towards the circle, they have to rotate from the far end or the furthest end so that they're not in range of MW. Because until and unless Everest has been flushed out, this team is not leaving this position, because position where, of course, the highest ground, of course, where they will find value. Set G on the other end, still, looking unbothered, holding their grounds for the time being. 39 seconds on the clock before the stage 4 comes in. Look at the way I think, 4 Exils have holded the position. Oh, in the meanwhile, of the nowhere, I think it was Paradox who got knocked over there, and he will get the finish, of course. But SEG, they have really struggled, Necros, since their chicken dinner in the first game.
Chaser and Grant, still 2 players alive, and there's some pretty good players out there, but Chaser, you can't just peek there, mate, because so far, WHO, they have been really annoying. The shots being fired. Chaser trying to find out one loophole to exit from that spot, while the circle has shifted completely towards the southwestern side. Someone's dream. This is just a dreamy circle for them. The only one to have such a big compound all to themselves. They have to look forward to some better holding spots, because that compound is going to get contested so many times. You've got some like 6 to 5 buildings to kind of cover in that particular vicinity. You've got ZG on the top of the northern side having their own compound, but there are other set of 15 teams, those who are looking forward to find a good spot for themselves inside the circle to get this chicken dinner and stay in the competition, or maybe make a comeback in the competition. But right away, as we speak, the circle is something in which slowly and gradually the teams are starting to make their foot in. SEG, they've also got some sweet spots to work out with. They've got TFK just in the back lines, and within some few more seconds we will be seeing so many more teams trying to go for some quick rotations and find the spots inside the circle as well.
Look at the way the rotation are coming in from ATDC. They're outside the circle. I think they would circle around from Georgia Pole maybe, and then come in and around from the western end where BANZAI Esports are rotating for the time being. In the ruins area, there are 2 or 3 more teams there. We have 4 Exils are holding the position right from the word go. We have seen them on screens. These rotations are going to come in handy right now. We might see some rotation clashes coming in. You see ATDC and OSM, they might go up against each other in this rotation clash. Dawn have, of course, spotted the cars. There's another team right up on the hill. We might see some shots being taken from their side as well. But it's being created right now. It's team number 10 also, they're settled there. And that is Team SALAI. They have been pretty out of the game. We haven't seen them much in this game. They haven't marketed themselves yet. Let's see if they can, manage this situation in a advantageous way. Things are happening in and around them, Necros. We might see some advantage being picked up from them, hopefully, because they are still sitting with just 8 points after 2 games.
This is going to be interesting for SALAI. SALAI Esports, they are in the position to get some more finishes in their back, but the shots being fired. There's going to be another team in the mix. It's going to be ZG facing the consequences. AUTOBOTZ. Arib has been knocked out. He needs a quick revival. Nora arrives in the rescue mission, but the shot's still being fired. Arib is in the safer grounds. Won't be bothered much, as good smoke should do the job while the nades are still pouncing in. This is going to be problematic, as rising underdogs, they are trying to get the finishes of AUTOBOTZ as the circle has shifted towards the eastern side. BANZAI Esports, CW, TBW will be pretty happy with what they have. Now TBW has got one good job to just stop BANZAI from entering the circle, but they're also in some not in a really great position. Players knocked out, needs quick revival. AUTOBOTZ, they have to do some heavy lifting. They're completely confined in one compound, but for Axelot, they will be eliminated completely out of this map, as TFK, they came into the picture, dumped all those nades in that one spot, made sure that everybody has been blown off. 4 finishes registered, as they will secure the loot that was there for 4 Axelot, and they will look forward to move forward inside the game, trying to get some more finishes from the northern part of the circle.
Exactly, AlphaBot might find players on who he drops off a smoke. I think he needs to loot the crate. Okay, Paradox being chased right now. A car just moves around him, but the player who was outside the play area was able to finish him there, being taken out. 10 teams surviving with 33 players remaining in this lobby, Necros, and currently GS Nora picks up the monster truck, and he would definitely want to go in, but this isn't the best of the sights for him because this truck doesn't move fast. And of course, shots, if the shots are pretty accurate from players, just like it is, and see, players are being taken out of the car. SALAI AG gets one player knocked out, and this dip DSN looking to flush out team number 18, which is TBW. We saw BANZAI in their corner as well, but we are not seeing them right now. They have managed to escape from that situation. But this is a positioning where nades are going to be a lot, and there you go. Knockout being comes in for them. TBW are also struggling a bit. Sneaky is a lone player surviving at this point of time. He has to revive his teammates. Also take up the fight. The push comes in, the car, but then Sneaky manages. He's gone to the shotgun, but couldn't take him down. And Dola is the last man standing. Far from the angles comes in Team TFA, who third parties and gets the finishes. It's a messy situation to be in, Necros.
This is a really tragic elimination for TVW, but look at the circle. SEG, they are back in the fray. In the top 5, they are surviving alongside ZG, Someone's Dream as well, TFK, as well as AUTOBOTZ in the mix. So AUTOBOTZ, they're still in the competition, but the main part is that you need to enter the circle under the watch of SEG, and Chaser, the first one to go down. Someone's Dream will make sure that there's nobody entering the circle, but ZG, they have their entries completely sorted out. They have the vehicles. Good thing for them. TFK from outside of the circle, making sure to get at least 1 or 2 openings before they enter the circle and try to find the sweet spot. It's an open circle, so you don't get to have hard covers for yourself, which is a tough call. But ZG, they're facing the consequences one after another. Zar, Razor will be taken down. ZG, they were 4-man standing a few moments ago. Now they're crumbling down one after another. 3 players knocked out in a blink of an eye, leaving only 1 player still surviving in the entire radar. Someone's Dream, all the 4 players are still alive. Ghostface has got 4 finishes for himself, but in the meantime, Sharky gets taken down. That's not going to be a good side for TFK.
Exactly, TFK. No Trust comes in for the save because they will have the positioning spot 10. It's an open field. You need smokes all around because they are right in the center. And players from left, right are going to take shots at them. No Trust, barely surviving. 9 seconds. In 9 seconds, you will see the circle closing in, and TFK are being pressurized right now. No Trust has to move in. SEG Grant, he was the MVP, Necros. We have to remember, and the nade comes in. He clears out Alpha Boy over there. GS Nora, he also contributes over there, but Team GS, ZG being flushed out. And look at S-Dream. They are the team to watch, team to be in this circle right now. They have the numbers advantage going in, and rest all the players are with single man.
Spot push. Scream wants to go and get the information. 3 teams, 3 solo players. This is going to be a tough task for each and every one. Everybody holding on to their best as what they can, waiting for their other players to make the move. Someone's Dream, they have got the best possible position that you can ever ask for, having all the man advantage. This is their game. Until and unless they make a big blunder, it should be theirs. Inside the circle, SDG, like Someone's Dream, this team is trying to make some spots for themselves using the smoke gun, paving the path. Current not OP from the backyards will be trying to enter the circle slowly and gradually, trying to scout out the position as much as possible. All the 4 players alive. ST, this is their game. But in the mix, I'm just waiting. Arif outside of the play zone, trying to go for a heat battle. Nora inside the circle, trying to find out those finishes. Same goes for No Trust and Grant. He's been the MVP, but No Trust's position is completely compromised. It seems the nades are completely being pounced on that one position. While SCG's Grant barely survives. Nora just on the left side. I don't think he's going to survive for such a long period of time. But SD, They have the circle. They will be waiting for them to collide against each other as TFK, they're not going to be there inside the circle at all.
Exactly, the heal battle goes outside the circle with Arif surviving. But it's going to be the moment where, of course, the winner chicken dinner is going to go in their favor. Team S Dream finally showcasing that they are here, of course, to prove a statement. And with 8 eliminations, they will get the second spot. The last first aid popped off. Will he get one more value? He tries, but he will give his elimination outside the circle, which is a good decision, not giving any points away to their opponents. But S Dream is the team who gets the third chicken dinner. In the third game, chicken gets the chicken dinner in the Hornbill Esports Championship, and that is Team S Dream Necros.
Beautiful game, beautiful results. SEG finally, they are making the comeback, which is really promising for them because they did not have a great Miramar, but to again come back to Wrangle and perform in a better way is something that they were waiting for. Maybe not enough amount of points is what they had imagined for themselves, but still, it is better than what they had in the map of Miramar, and that's what matters the most. 3 matches done and dusted. The overall rankings will be somewhere dwindling around those 30s and 20s. We will be witnessing those double digits coming up, but this match was something that someone's dream this team will be looking forward to kind of rely on and maybe do something very similar in the upcoming games, the upcoming 2 games that we're going to have in this day number 1 as well, ladies and gentlemen. But also, the bigger perspective comes in when you have got the big Bs coming into the picture, specifically when you talk about the table toppers. After the last match, yes, a lot of things changed, but I mean, there's a lot of Fear Not Esports. Those teams, they are not having a really great time. In my opinion, they need to do something extraordinary. They've got the players, they've got the caliber, but what they're lacking is at the positionings and deciding which fight to take at what time.
I'm really happy with what S Dream, someone's dream did right in this game, right, Necros, because they had 5 points only before this game. So they literally were struggling. And of course, as you said, after the third game, you want yourself to be in those 20s or 30s so that at least when things slowly goes into the second day, you would want your chances for to winning this tournament, because there's a prize pool at stake, there's a trophy at stakes. And of course, as you mentioned in the beginning of the game, that we started off with 2 teams, and now we are left out with the top 16, and we will find out who will be the champion. But we will take a short little break. After that, we'll be back with the game.
Right after a short break, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2 of BGMI. Big kudos to the entire Esports Association of Nagaland for hosting this event and our big sponsors, Government of Nagaland, Nagaland Doors, Department of Youth Resources and Sports Nagaland, and Imprint, the creative workshop. We have got some tremendous performances so far in this entire grand finals, but also we have to keep an highlight of the MVP player of the previous match. It is going to be it's going to be Not Trust from TFK with having 7 solo finishes all for himself.
Exactly, I think he really played well, and also we have the winner chicken team stats, and it's team someone's dream who got that winner chicken. They did not, get those big number of eliminations, but they did manage to get some. Where Coast contributed was he contributed. Look at the contribution percentage, right? Necros 83.33% onto himself with 5 total finishes, and also Dizzy with 1. So the total points have contributed 16, and the overall standing says S Dreams had 5 points, and with those 16 points, they've jumped up from the 12th or the 11th position to the 6th position. So that's how you make a jump, right, Necros? See, we were completely, mentioning the fact that it's not easy, of course, in a situation where, in a land situation, or really feeling the heat. Sometimes the synergy is not working in your favor. Plans which you have made are not just, you're not just able to execute them, but 3 games are done, right? It's going to be the 4th game which we are going to start again. It's going to be Myanmar, if I'm not wrong. And once we start with the 4th game, we are going to left out with just the last game for today. So teams would want to be on the first page, would want to give them a chance at least on the second day, so that they can have a run for a podium finish or for the trophy, like how Autobots and SEG are doing. Autobots have dethroned BANZAI Esports, Necros, which we have to mention, right?
Oh yeah, that is something that we need to make sure that we will be witnessing more and more of these by the end of today's games. And well, it's time for another Miramar action to come in. This is going to be the match number 4 of Grand Finals of Hornbill Esports Championship Season number 2. And the flight path starts from the down south of Minas del Valle and will end in La Cobreria. This is going to be a completely western side oriented flight path is what we are witnessing. The teams going towards the eastern side will face some consequences, but also this Miramar is something that will be meaning a lot to a lot of teams, because for them, I believe if they don't start making the comeback performances from here on, this is going to be a really difficult task for them to even stand a chance to compete for the championship title as of now.
Exactly. You need a move on from the word go on this map, Miramar. But then, do those drop clashes? Do you get those initial fights going in? Maybe not. Drop clash is something which can be a little costly. Sometimes it becomes, on your luck as well. That if you get those early guns or your early weaponries in your favor, then only you win those situations. But the circle is up, right, across. See, the situation is Montenegro is currently the center of this circle. Looks like a much more area where it's favoring the western side of the Myanmar map, where teams going towards El Pozo and Montenegro can control a lot of areas.
Indeed. I mean, look at the entire circle shift. The western side is going to be in a lot of favors, but also I'm really concerned about Osmosis, because so far their outing hasn't been that great. But talking about TBW right above their head, they've been a pure menace in the last time they faced Osmosis, but also TBW. They better be mentally prepared of what error did they actually do in the last time to kind of cost their 2 crucial players against Osmosis, giving away 2 finishes. They will definitely not look forward to do something similar like that. But TBW, it seems like Duwala wants to go up close and personal. He wants to take those early risks in order to get some openings to pressurize Osmosis more and more, but it hasn't been in his favor yet because he hasn't got any vests so far. A lot of damage being dealt already. Has to get some healings as quickly as possible. But this is good from the side of TBW, in my opinion, Oro. I mean, they want to build the pressure from a very early get-go against the players of Osmosis.
Exactly, I think this is a good approach, right? They don't have the points, right? So teams, whoever are on the bottom end of the table right now, to be specific, on the second page, they would want those points. And how do you get those points? You have to take those fights. You need to win those fights as also. It's not just that you are wanting to take that fight and you're not winning those. Again, you'll end up in a similar kind of situation, maybe worse than that. That is something you would not want as a team, right, Necros? I also saw two teams towards Los Leones. It was WHO, one of them. It's a big city, of course. You can divide your area, and of course go ahead with your loot. This is Team TSN. Again, a team who has shown a lot of potential. They are sitting with 24 points. As you said, there are some teams who would want to just take things up right from there. So that is something we want. But look at Autobots Necros right now.
They want to take those early risks. Yep, hasn't been in their favor so far, but rising underdogs, they are really a big stubborn team who knows how to take all those finishes. But now this nade of Lobster can be really, really deceiving towards the side of rising underdogs, but they managed to just back off at the right moment. Maybe they have got some predictions on the right spot. But that nade will make that connection. Lobster gets double with that one nade. This is a green signal for the players of AUTOBOTZ to go all in. They're already charging in, trying to find out the spot. Want to get this confirmation, and Lobster will make sure that he gets the third one as well. This is a big banger performance from the likes of AUTOBOTZ, leaving only Addy, the last and the solo player surviving, having the information or maybe the idea that Addy is surviving there, wants to get those early openings, but Addy's position is completely compromised. There's nothing more he can do about it. Addy, he has to fight for his life, he has to fight for his team's survival, but it is a very difficult task against a team like AUTOBOTZ who knows about your whereabouts. And the final shots being fired, AUTOBOTZ all in, Addy wants to get something, but he will get nothing as AUTOBOTZ. They will wipe the entirety of rising underdogs.
Yeah, there is another team in the vicinity, but look at the nade that Lobster pinpointed pretty specifically. He used the first nade was off. Second nade was so accurate. He got two in that one. There you go, Lobster. I mean, so accurate. As I said, there's another team in the vicinity. It's 4x, and Lobster, he finds one more. Look at him, he's just not stopping as a player right now. He's just taking things, seriously, because the Autobots are on the move. They're currently at the tabletop, and they are just not wanting to just leave that spot right now, Necros.
Something that they don't want to compromise AUTOBOTZ. They know the value, they know the positionings, but now they're just much better. Reeve, he has been the man holding up the banner as high as possible for the likes of AUTOBOTZ. The damage has been done. Reeve the benefits out of it, just going with the pre-fires, getting the support from behind. He is making sure that everybody who tries to trespass the likes of AUTOBOTZ, they're going to be completely rolled out and over the map of Miramar, as there is one last player surviving out in the open. Damage being done. Arib has 27 bullets in his magazine against the odds. Boggy, last player surviving from the likes of 4x haven't had a great outing so far in the grand finals. We have to make sure that he's still keeping the hopes alive, but the big man is down. Lobster has been taken on, but Arib is still surviving once again. Can he be the savior? He has the HP, he has the gun, and he has a dream to fulfill and make his team's survival possible, but he's being thrashed from two different ends. The Uzi on Bogey can be game changer. Still, 1-on-1 making sure that he is buying time as much as possible in this entire maze. It's gonna be Arib to reap the benefits and keep AUTOBOTZ in the competition alive.
Definitely. I mean, what a fight we right. The man, he tried his level best there to convert that 1v1 into his favor, but it wasn't the case. But at least, I mean, I'm happy with 4x's approach, right? They didn't have points to go with, right? And they just do not want to sit down and watch things go away from them. They at least made a move, which I'm happy about. Again, the point is they made a move, but they couldn't get the job done is the problem right now. But before that, they were not able to take those initiatives as well. So there's some improvements. I think with time the completion will also come in with that. But no trust is the player on the spotlight right now with 7 finishes. But I think AUTOBOTZ, the amount of points they've already gained is something amazing. They've already got 8 finishes and they've eliminated 2 players. the two teams actually. Beg your pardon. That's 4Exil and Team Rising Esports Necros. I mean, a brilliant start from them, and they already have 36 points to go with. So they're just feeling it. They're in the mood right now, Necros.
Oh, they have done some exceptional job, my mate. Areeb, take a bow, man. This player has got some real guts, in my opinion, of what wonderful task he has accomplished. When usually you're in a position where all of your teammates are down, you do tend to, feel the heat. You do tend to make those mistakes, some silly mistakes, because some or the other way, somewhere in your mind, a player at one point loses the hope that, okay, I'm not going to survive this fight, but at least let me take down one or two finishes at max. But Ari was like, I'm not going to finish his teammate. I'm going to survive. I'm going to wait for the right moment to strike in and will win this fight for my team and for my team's survival. Just look at it. One player is what they had lost. It was Nora, in my opinion, in the first place against Rising Undergods. But then from there on, all the players are intact in that position. Autobots are having a dream run already in this grand finals. And if they can convert this Miramar to another big game, I believe Autobots, they will be waking up tomorrow with a big smile on their face.
Exactly. But on the time, meanwhile, TBW, they have a good positioning to go with, Necros. Look at the hill they have right now. But BANZAI Esports, it's a big miss for them that they have been dethroned from the top position. They have 32 points to go with, but I think Autobots have taken a lead right now. Before the buffer was just 4 points. Now without those 8 frags which came in early on in the game, this match itself, I think it has creeped up to a 12-pointer buffer. So let's see how BANZAI Esports reacts to it. Lems, they have been a pretty sorted team whatsoever. They haven't taken any rash decisions, and not overthinking too much. There's another team on the corners. I thought it was only TBW. There's MW on the corners where we might see a fight happening somewhere down the line, Necros.
They will be looking forward to get some more points. That is really something that I really believe that they need to kind of focus on. But somewhere or the other way, I really feel like this Miramar is again going to be in that slow-paced scenario in few moments later, because two early fights, we have seen that. Two early eliminations, we have seen that. And then you've got this static phase where teams, again, they're tending to kind of play around in a composed manner, not willing to take kind of any risks at this moment.
Yeah.
And at this moment, it's quite, I mean, understandable, because when you know that there are so many things on stake and your game is not going right, while the other 2 to 3 teams are performing to their fullest, getting the points, being in the table-topping position, and you are way too far behind. And you're a team, specifically talking about Metal Wings, right? You're a team who was a table topper in their group, and you've made the qualification possible in that way. So keeping all those things in mind, I still feel like Metal Wings, they're not playing the natural game, and some or the other way, it is affecting their entire game in the grand finals.
Absolutely, I think same goes for Team SALAI, right? We literally talked about them a lot in the initial wrangle, right, Necros? We also said that this is a team to watch out for, and teams should be very very careful of their potential. But then it has been pretty less from them. Only 9 points to showcase with. This is the fourth game. We need to mention that this is the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 1 for BGMI going on. This is a LAN happening in Kohima in Indira Gandhi Stadium, where these players are just sitting and watching their opponents and also with their teammates, in a land setup. We know how things are, right? Your opponents are right around the corners. If you pull out a clutch, you can just stand up and just see them or give them a reaction. Those banters are possible, but we will see all of that tomorrow, because right now it's day one where teams are slowly and steadily wanting to climb up that ladder.
It's going to be an amazing day tomorrow, right? And I really believe when you are playing a tournament that in the Hornbill Festival, a lot of things are always on stake. If you win this tournament, you walk away with so many bragging rights for all to yourself, with a good amount of prize pool and also a beautiful experience. The weather in
Yeah,
Kohima,
true.
it's completely freezing cold, but also For a person like me who loves mountains, if you are some of them, that though you are a mountain person or something like that, you are going to enjoy that cold weather as well.
I mean, Necros, I am a mountain. Of course, we would have been there thanks to.
Come on, stop
Okay, I don't know.
hurting me.
I mean, see, I don't want to take names. I wanted to mention somebody and say that why this, or why did this problem had to arise right now, or in these weeks only. Okay, that's okay. What happens is that, you know, some other time. And I think it's a request to Nagaland Esports Association that you should come up with season 2 and we should be there.
Season 3, yeah, exactly. We will be there, no doubt about it. But also, talking about the teams right away, we've got a big circle shift in the Smack Center. 3 teams, TBW, ZFE, and Metal Wings in the mix. It's going to be an interesting trifecta to watch out around the Monte Nuevo's northwestern side. And just joining the fray, it's going to be Osmosis. I'm not quite sure about whether they want to indulge themselves in this fight or not, but they're inbounds. TBW, they better be prepared because they have got the better positioning, they've got a better foothills in this entire fight, and if they want to just grab those finishes, man, they've got the best possible angle that you can ever ask for.
TBW, they've been holding this position for a while now. Okay, the finish feed pops up, and I think there's a fight happening somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, are those two teams to offer that? But TBW and Metal, I think, been alongside a while now. But it's Teddy F who have initiated a fight, but then they are not in the driver's seat right now. Their player who had been taken out. No damage done yet, and no push have come. Okay, so this is pretty strange. But usually, when we see some knocks coming in, usually there's a push because there's a numbers disadvantage going in, and finally we see by, but they're moving in and closing in towards Team Metal, I guess. TSN, they have spotted Don, and you have to be careful, Necros, because he's alone right now.
Always a Lone Ranger, looking forward to just be the Robin Hood for his team.
no,
But
no, no,
Helix, a lot of shots being on him. Barely manages to survive. So many shots being fired from different directions. He needs a smoke cover quickly. Instantly gets support from his teammates. Osmosis trying to just beat around the bush, get some finishes in an instance if it is possible, because they are aware that TSN at one point they're completely confined outside the circle. They need to enter, specifically talking about Helix. He needs to enter the circle, and right now, if you just ask me, the best possible option is to just get this finish off, on which Helix and his team is really concerned about. But on the other end of the spectrum, Osmosis, Nasty Boy gets knocked and confirmed. Bambi finds the opening. This opening might just push back the players of Osmosis from this entire region, but not quite sure about that one player who is really close to the TSN squad.
Exactly, Helix. He pops up that energy drink of there. Look at the positioning right now. MW, they have the higher ground advantage, of course. They capitalize on this situation. Spy, his position is spotted. Pixels being spotted, but he doesn't want to take the shot unless he wants to. He's confirmed about this thing that he can get a knockout. Okay, his teammates want to take a shot. I think this is hopes got ruined over there because it's another team who's wanting to just latch on or get an advantage. It's TBW, Necros, because they have been on this hill on the other way around for a while now. In the 5 seconds on the clock, we will see the stage moving. There's a fight happening between BANZAI Esports. So Lems wanting to take a fight. Okay, he also got a hit over there. Some decent amount of damage over there. Not yet. Let's see how far is this fight drag on.
BANZAI, I mean, they're quite far away. It's not going to be an easy task for them to accomplish all those finishes while they're trying to pin down the players of TSN. And looking towards how the game has turned out to be for TSN, they're really persistent when it comes down to holding on to their grounds. They just know how long and where to hide and kind of play in a composed manner. Yep, the situation, the circumstances are not quite favorable to their side, but there's always a plan B, which I believe every team always have for themselves. Take a little bit of damage of the blue zone, rotate outside the circle, enter from the eastern quadrant of the circle, try to find a sweet spot for yourself, because from the western side, it's completely open and you're exposed to the side of BANZAI in the open ground. So it should be a better call. Not quite sure about what move are they going to take, because BANZAI has decided that we have done enough defense. It's time to go for an offensive approach. But so far, Sam missing all the shots in the world, not able to make a single connection, leaving all the players of ATDC going for a free rotation. That's really a miserable condition for the likes of Sam and Metal Wings. They could have done so much. At least one finish is what they could have worked out with. But right now it seems like the other player, that's going to be Columbus, he has been managing some or the other way to get the knockouts against ATDC and pressurize them as much as possible.
The pressure is on him as well. His position is revealed. They have the height advantage right now. The problem is they have been allowed to rotate and they are inside the circle right now, Necros, and they need not have to move. They have smoked up the places and of course the player would be revived. So the problem was to be dealt with earlier, which didn't happen. BANZAI, Lems is knocked out and he is not being able to revive right now. He will of course bleed out. And BANZAI has to move inside with one-man shot. Let's see how BANZAI deals with this. Looks like a difficult situation for them, but MW, you just cannot, let things happen at this level, right, Necros? You need to be pretty accurate with your shots. If somebody is giving an opportunity or giving you a platter, you just need to, connect your shots. Otherwise, things might now go down south when you are on the receiving end.
That's really something that they need to kind of look out for. Someone's dream won't be happy with the performance that they have done in this map of Miramar, but next zone is going to be something really interesting. But WHO, 3 finishes intact, trying to enter the circle, being shot from different angles. And that is a typical condition that you don't want to be in, at least in the map of Miramar. The car is completely smoked up. The vehicle has also been parked in a really different manner. You can't even access the buggy. That's really disappointing. Or maybe I'm really sorry for WHO at this moment. I'm not quite sure about how I'm going to express that in words, but Helix has got a big task up ahead. One player right in front of his eyes, SALAI Esports, will be looking forward to eradicating the entirety of TSN from this entire map of Miramar. One player in the mix, and Helix has to pull up a beautiful 1v1 if he wants to keep his team alive, but that won't be the case because from afar, it's going to be another team to pop off with a third-party approach and will be looking forward to secure this finish and eradicate TSM from this match. But now, SALAI, even they take an exit. What a beautiful third party coming out from another end. Finishes being grabbed up, control established completely.
This is that Thanos circle where, inside a span of a click, you'll see a lot of teams vanishing outside the lobby because, this is what happens. This is a problem of, a lot of teams surviving towards that lower end of the game. This is the 5th stage, Necros, with only 35 seconds left on the clock. We'll see the 6th stage, closing in. 4 finishes there with team WHO. Looks like they're not inside the circle. They need to win. The circle is right in front of them. The problem is they don't have the proper covers. From left side, Team MW, that's Team Metal, would want to put some pressure. Okay, there's Slamming coming in, and looks like Razor, he's going to be the one who does put in some pressure from the back lines. But their main man got taken out and slowly now Razor is going to be struggling because Team ATDC have managed to survive that push. Because this is not the correct situation what Team ZG wanted to be in.
Butterfly wanted to get some breathing space, but as soon as Razor got distracted, ATDC, they had the opportunity to pounce on that one player, and now Butterfly is down. And Razor has to fly out of this position because there is no other options left. If ZG wants to remain in the competition, they have to escape. They have to flee away from the spot, but towards the direction that where Razor is heading, there are n number of enemies that he doesn't want to face at all. But right now, SEG, they have been silent so far in the map of Miramar. Right now, the circle has shifted away from their heads, and now Metal Wings, who are having a beautiful 2-2 split, they also have to reunite. But before that, Metal Wings might have an opportunity to stop the run of SEG. But down south, TBW, as well as you will have another team that is going to be BANZAI Esports in the mix to again collide against each other. But the main question is, in this entire mix of all these commotion, Lobster, the only solo player, how long is he gonna survive?
Yeah, until unless he's spotted, he can survive. Autobots, I think, it started things off so well, right? Lobster, who converted that nade pick with, I think it was 1 nade where he got 2 picks, and of course he has 6 to go with. He has that survival instinct inside him. only problem is the circle is a little far away from him, and as well, speaking TBW spots him, and of course gets taken out. So yeah, an early exit, but they still have the points. Like they did manage to get 9 points, if
Oh
not in survival
God.
points. But look at Asmo. He manages to stop SEG's run. You have mentioned the fact that SEG have been silent for a while now. I think they have been silent from since Erangel, right, Necros?
I mean, they had some fair shares of points in the map of Erangel, but right now in the map of Miramar, this is going to be the time. SCG's Flick White, he has been knocked out. 2 players still outside of the circle. Blue Zone is coming under the way. Finish is racked up. Chasers Nade will get some knockouts as well as some confirmations, while ATDC, that one last player Virus, is still surviving, while Chaser will be looking forward to maybe get those confirmations. And Asmo trying to steal some of the finishes, but I don't think that is going to be possible. BANZAI Esports completely looking like vultures at this moment, trying to prey on those left out players. And now, Virus, you've made some really big mistake. And even with that, SCG's Chaser has been taken down by TBW's one of the players. But now, SCG down to final 2 players are quite aware of the positionings of BANZAI.
Definitely BANZAI, Asmo, and BANZAI. These 3 players. The best thing is they have the cover. Nobody is there to challenge them from backlines, so they can be a little comfortable on that front. SEG on the other end, as you said, with these 2 players, Muffin and Grant, he was the main man for them, and he has to step up. He knows that he can do it. Okay, Dima Saboy, he with that launcher in his hand did ambitiously throw out. He did manage to spot Asmo there, but no value created whatsoever. TBW and Metal Wings, right, Necros? They have been those 2 teams sitting right in this hill from the word go, right in the Miramar, as we saw the forming up, and they have been sitting here since then. And the circle has just favored them. So this is the moment where they need to convert this game into an advantage. Still, they don't have the numbers advantage. There are teams who have the numbers advantage, and also with the circle there, like BANZAI and SEG. Let's see if they are able to dethrone TBW or Metal Wings right now.
This is a situation. Dimasa Boy has done some exceptional amount of job being on the top hill. Not having much ammunition is going to be a little bit problematic in the end circuit, so you have to be really picky with the fights that he wants to take. Slowly and gradually trying to come downhill. Muffin quite aware of his positioning, but he's been completely damaged with the blue zone. No way! No way! That's a Molotov coming under the way. SEG, they won't be surviving it all. Now this is going to be down to 3 teams. TBW, Metal Wings, and here I've got BANZAI Esports in the mix. Dimasa Boy has to pull off something great. He's got the foothills. He's a mountain boy right now. And now he has to make sure that he gets the most benefit out of it. TBW way too close to secure this chicken dinner, while BANZAI in the foothills still trying to find out some openings with the nades and all those utilities that they have for themselves. While Columbus cooking up a nade, quite aware of the positionings of Osmo. This should make those connection, but not quite the damage that he expected. But 1 damage, some splash damage is indeed what they want received from the side of Columbus. Still a cold war happening between all these 3 teams. 1 Reggie place is giving the advantage, but this nade should do the damage. Rika goes down. That's the opening for Metal Wings, but BANZAI, they're in the back foot, but they're also, Columbus is still having second thoughts whether he wants to go down or not, but Sam makes a confirmation that yes, you're good to go. But now, as soon as the eye shifts to another angle, Dimasa makes his move, keeping things alive for him and his team as TBW. Do they have the healings? That's a big question. If not, then MW might just walk away with the chicken dinner.
I would have wanted ideally Columbus to be in my corner. MW, but it was Columbus who got taken out. It's BANZAI, fighting it out on the heel battle. But Dimasa Boy, he has the space to play with inside the circle. I think it is going to be TBW who's going to run away with this winner chicken dinner. So another team making a comeback. You look at the Metal Wing Sam, he got taken out. 3rd position with BANZAI Esports also makes towards the 2nd slot, but it is Dimasa Boy who manages to get the winner chicken dinner for TBW. So it pays off for them, right, Necros? From the word go, they wanted to go towards that hill and hold those positions. They hold that position, and they hold it pretty well, and they manage to get that winner chicken dinner, which actually is gonna count up and make sure that they climb up towards that overall standings, where I think things are gonna matter. Where I think this is fourth game. Let's see how things are gonna turn up right now in the overall standings.
Well, specifically for TBW, they were sitting on 18 points before they hopped into this map of
Yeah.
Miramar, and with this 10 points that they have backed up, they will be moving up at least 28 points. But with adding on all those finishes that they've accumulated, somewhere or the other way, they have crossed around, I believe they've crossed around the 30 points marker, which is good for them because, again, you need one good match to make a proper comeback and settle down yourself in the overall ranking, specifically around the top 5 spot. Because if you're around the top 5 by the end of day 1, there's a high chance that you can still compete for the championship title in the day number 2, because there are no specific teams those have been performing continuously consistent or getting points in every other match. You talk about SEG, one good match, the other
Yeah.
4 matches have not been, I mean 3 matches haven't been that great. One a 0-pointer, the 2 they had got like 5-6 points or maybe 2-3 points like that, nothing more than that. But for other teams like AUTOBOTZ, 8 finishes, but not a single placement point from this match as well. So these are some inconsistent performance, which is still keeping the overall rankings in a
Yeah.
contending situation where any team from any spot around the top 8 or maybe around the top 10 can make bag up a good match and make a comeback instantly.
Correct, and then also a team like BANZAI Esports also got a win chicken. They were solid in Wrangle as well. The first Wrangle I'm talking about. After that, on third game, it wasn't best of the games. But yeah, this discussion will go on. But we'll take a short little breather after that. We'll be back with the last game for today.
After a very small break, we are once again back with the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2 of BGMI. This is Necros. Alongside me, it's going to be Oro Gaming joining alongside me on the caster desk. We have witnessed 4 beautiful matches from the day one itself, but it's now time for the final match. But before we jump in, we have got the MVP right in front of our eyes. It's going to be all AUTOBOTZ Lobster with 6 finishes. I
Yeah.
really hope that we will be seeing a but I mean, Lobster, he did a fantabulous job as well.
Exactly. I think he did manage to play brilliantly before he got eliminated. We were talking about the fact that Auto have been also an inconsistent team, but then Lobster, from the word go today, in the initial game, Erangel also he did manage to step up, and today again in the last game he stepped up big time. Let's move on towards the winner team stats. Here, this is Team TBW. They did manage to get the winner chicken dinner, where they of course backed up 10 survival points, but they only did manage to get 5 finishes. That too, credit goes to Dimasa boy Necros, who survived till the end. He had only a small place to play with inside the circle. Otherwise, the scenes could have been a little different for Team TBW as well.
Oh, indeed. There is no doubt about it. Because so far, I mean, TBW, they were looking really, kind of stuck in that position. But one good thing was that the circle favored them a lot. I mean, the time that they had throughout the entire stage in the final circle was tremendous. But talking about the entire overall standings, Autobot still sits on top with a total of 45 points on board, followed by SEG with 44. Just stealing behind, it's going to be BANZAI Esports with 40 points. TBW, a good jump with 33 points, still a 7 points or maybe more difference. Another good match can just bring them closer to the top 2 or maybe top 3. But also, Oro, Metal Wings, they have got some good jump in the top 6 as well.
Absolutely. I think a lot of teams have made a big jump, but on the other end, few teams have slipped down as well. And look at, Osmosis, look at SALAI Esports. When we started proceedings today, we thought that these teams would have, or maybe are just wanted to unleash themselves because they had some potential. Let's see how things turn around in this last game of Erangel. This is Hornbill Esports Championship Season 1 for BGMI. And this is going to be the last game of day number 1. Let's see who's going to, showcase or maybe showcase the wraith on the other teams. It's going to be TSN, pilot of this flight right now, Necros.
Interesting to see how things are going to turn around because once again, the flight path is completely favoring the western side of the map of Erangel. It's going to be an eventually equalized flight path in my opinion because almost all the other teams, they can just rotate towards the eastern side of Mansion, Shelter, and Prison, Milta. It should not bother them much, but definitely, one thing is for sure. This Erangel is going to be really gruesome in terms of might be seeing some really aggressive performance because in my opinion a lot of teams now they have been kind of accustomed with all those rotations and all those drop clashes that they have been facing here and there in the last couple of 4 matches, 2 Miramars, 2 Erangels. It's more than enough for you to understand and do the homework of which team is dropping at what place and how are they rotating. And even after that, if any team still indulges in some rotational clashes or maybe in those drop fights, it's completely something which I can call an ego battle or they are involving themselves by knowing what circumstances might appear. But right now, talking about the circle, it is completely favoring the eastern side where not even a single team is inside it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a circle where I think teams will have to work their place around, but nonetheless, I was interested to see in top clashes, and Severny being the one right now. Look at the way teams have churned around that spot. Already maneuvering maybe some fights here and there. Let's see how things turn around. Military base, there is 2 teams there, but then the distance is quite a Wade's WHO and Team TSN. But I would really want to see some teams, really showcase their character because this is the last game. You would want to end your day well so that you can start tomorrow on a positive note. At least, we have been saying this from the word go that at least you would want to give yourself a chance tomorrow, right, Necros?
Exactly. That is why you need this match to be the best of you. But ATDC, right now they're facing the consequences. SEG, they're up against them. Grid's gonna be Grant, gets taken down, and now Chaser has been driven by 2 finishes. completed in an instant. Well, Thunder is knocked out in the open, no chance of survival.
Oh no, oh
Spot!
no.
Right moment to strike in, waiting for the right opportunity, does a little bit of damage, Muffin gets down. This is done, SEG. There might be a single player still surviving. It's going to be the big white team trying to ensure the knockouts on Thunder and maybe at Boss. But Flick's position is kind of compromised. Two players knocked out. Once you get those confirmations before he gets completely finished off, being taken down. Two different heads, wants to make some connections, but Virus will make sure that there is only one casualty is what they're going to deal with. Virus gets 3 finishes for himself, but SEG, this match was supposed to be one of the most important matches for them, but with that being said, they will be facing a 0-pointer.
Exactly, they had 44 points, Necros. If they would have managed to, at least get a decent number of points, so maybe 10-pointer or 12-pointer, it could have been a better position. It could have been in multiple situations, right? But at this point in time, they have been eliminated, and we mentioned the fact that they have been inconsistent from the match number 1. They where they were the team who got the winner chicken dinner, but then after that they couldn't capitalize on those situations. A match where they couldn't score also, but yeah, that is something they would want to fix up if they would want to win this championship. But it's AUTOBOTZ in front of our screens, another team who has 45 points right now at the table top. Let's see how things turn out for this team. Currently no problems whatsoever in their unbothered looting phase.
Yeah, no problems now. But for now, again, this is the very first starting phase of the game of Erangel. You never expect those early clashes to happen like this. At least I never expected SEG to involve against ATDC out in the outskirt areas of Pochinki. But okay. I mean, not Pochinki, I mean that area particularly, but talking about the next phase of the game, I mean, we are going to witness some crucial rotations coming in. It will be really important for us to kind of keep our eyes open, because at this moment, yep, it's a little late at night, but now this is the moment where the final conclusions will be drawn on day 1, because we've seen the overall standings. AUTOBOTZ, they were sitting with 45 points in total, followed by SEG with 44. Then you had got BANZAI Esports with 40, and now SEG being out of the fray, it opens the floodgates for BANZAI Esports and TBW to climb up the ladder, specifically for TBW in my opinion, because they were sitting on 33 points. One of the top teams goes down with a 0-pointer. It's your opening chance that if you get at least 10 plus points game in this very match, you get a chance to be in the top 3, because definitely BANZAI Esports, they will be surviving in the top 5 and dethroning SEG from the 2nd spot.
I think this could be the match or the moment where ATDC, can make or write a comeback also, right, Necros? But wait, ATDC has a challenge in front of them. It's another team, and ATDC boss doesn't want to reveal his position, Necros, in a spot of bother. He doesn't have a helmet to play with. You do not want to involve yourself in a position where you do not have a helmet or a level 1 vest, at least to play with. He's playing, he does not want to reveal his position. Playing it slow. It is Team Rising Undergods. How will they want to switch up to the S12K? His position is revealed. He has given his sound. He waited very long, Necros. Now comes the most difficult part, is to survive this raid.
It's really important. Addy has been taking on Virus, trying to make sure he provides the cover as much as possible, buying the time for his teammate, Boss. Nades being tossed up, needs some more utils. One smoke is what Boss has to play along with. The main question is, backup is yet to arrive. Rising Underdogs, they have been really ruthless in their own battles. Boss doesn't have a lot of breathing space or playing space for himself inside this vicinity, because he's completely intact in that one shack. One smoke might just allow him to back off and maybe get inside that big building, but not quite sure whether he's going to get in, because at any moment the nades might just bounce in, and Boss has to be mentally prepared of how he's going to take the battle, and doesn't have a helmet properly to kind of figure out and take the battle head on. But now the backup has arrived. The question is, how long is this fight going to take?
Necros, look at one thing. I mean, they might have pushed in towards ATDC, but Virus have wrapped them up. And now it looks like a difficult position for Team Rising Undergods, who are in a little bit concerning spot, who came down to challenge ATDC, now are in a spot of bother. Now, Rising Underdogs is also a team to watch out for. They have shown potential, right? But just prolonging this fight outside the circle is disadvantageous for both the teams right now, right? Look at the circle; they're far away from it, and they're fighting in Stolberg. I think, yeah, it's not even Stolberg; it's outskirts of Stolberg, northern side of extreme northern side of the map, and they have to travel a long way and circle. It's again moving towards shelter or towards Milta. Currently, it's the center. A little difficult, but these guys want to take this fight. Let's see how this fight turns out to be. They need utilities. They don't have utilities. They don't have healings. Necros is the main problem right now.
This is something that is concerning, and we all know it. The longer you delay the fight, the worse the situation turns out to be. Of course, this is not a great spot, but Hitman, he has been taken down by Spot. And on spot support, the kind of entire, kind of spider web that ATDC has laid off for Rising Underdogs to lay there. Put on, they're just doing the way they want them to be. And this is not the great news for Rising Underdogs at this moment, because now they're down to 2-man. The revival has been done, but the surprise will be there. So it was really a bad call, but the nade will be tossed in the right spot. One nade, one confirmation, and also making sure that their last player won't survive. But Spot, he will be getting a quick revival, there's no doubt about it. But Ryuga, his position is particularly compromised, I believe, as he wants to go and take a chance, take a dig into this fight, maybe look for his opportunities. The revival is completed, but Virus, he has pulled off some really great fights in the previous time. He has to go for once again, but the damage has been done. Ryuga wants to get another opening, but won't be allowed. This is going to be Spot to just get and land the final blow on the other side. It is ATDC. They survive and eradicate Rising Underdogs from this map of Erangel.
I mean, it's a brilliant start for ATDC. Look at the number on the elimination column, Necros. They've already backed up with 7. They just need to survive. This can make it 8. Yeah, it was just not updated at this point of time, but now it's 8. And with that, they have 14 points to go with. So, as I said, this could be the game where they can write a comeback for day number 2 and set themselves up for a big run tomorrow. This is something which all the teams could take as a homework, because in the third game, if I'm not wrong, it was another team it was SG who got that winner chicken dinner, and I think they made their way up, and they were literally lacking with single 5 points. So that is something they made sure that they are not stuck there. So something what ATDC is doing in this game also. They were also stuck at a point where they were not able to get those fights going in. Now they've certainly find that momentum and just need to convert this phase into a big game. BANZAI Esports on the other end, Necros, they're fighting it out with Metal Wings, who were the second team to get to be surviving with TBW in the last game.
I mean, for TBW, things were good. I can't say the very same at this moment. I mean, for TBW, every other match, it is a different story. They're trying to survive in the top 5, but yeah, this time they have to look forward for similar opportunities. But Sam, good decision by Rika. Good trigger discipline, not taking the shots, not compromising his position. While Metal Wings, they have been really consistent with their strategy, playing on a 2-2 split. Quite readable in my opinion. If you're a team among those 15 of the teams inside the lobby and you have watched at least 1 or 2 games of Metal Wings, you can figure out that if you're getting one knock on Metal Wings, you're 100% sure there is only one player with him and the other 2 are afar, which is not a great news. But eventually Lems, he will be taken down by Columbus, a beautiful assaulter indeed in the team of Metal Wings, making sure that his team doesn't collapse in this big split.
Exactly, BANZAI Esports in a spot of bother. Lems. I mean, Lems have struggled today, Necros. Whenever I've seen his position, or whenever we have the camera has panned towards him, he has either been knocked out or been eliminated before he could make any videos. Maybe he could improve it tomorrow, but currently BANZAI Esports are doing well. They are in the 3rd spot in the overall standings. They would want to with SEG out of the picture in this game, they would want to climb up the ladder and want to regain that top spot. Metal Wings on the other end. Columbus, he is in a spot because BANZAI Esports have pushed in, just slammed in. Look at Cosmo, he's running in with that S12K. Necros, this is not going to be easy. He just crawls in and uses the nades by his teammates, and now he's smoking up just to escape. It's not going to be easy, of course, as I said, and he gets taken down, Necros.
Oh, that's not a great sign at all. Not at all. But Metal Wings, this is the entire thing that I was talking about. The crossroads is a really big dead end to a lot of teams. Now you can see the repercussions happening left, right, and center. AUTOBOTZ, they wrapped the entire region of crossroads from 3 different angles. And now BANZAI Esports, Metal Wings, they're all confined in one good spot. But one good nade of Fang could have changed the things around. But Rika made the connection at the right moment. Sam was trying hard to fight back, but the fight back won't be possible as BANZAI Esports, they have reigned supreme and they've recovered this compound all to themselves. This is a big blow towards the side of Metal Wings. They cannot stand a chance.
Oh no!
But Lobster always being the menace for this society, for all these opponents in the game of Bgmi, in this lobby of Hornbill Esports Championship, making sure not to ease up the process of winning for any team in the lobby.
Battle of the table toppers, Necros. If AUTOBOTZ eliminates BANZAI, things are gonna get worse. And also the floodgates, as you said, as you mentioned, are gonna open other teams like TBW and TSN, or maybe you name it. You see all these teams 24 to 8 points can just make more inroads, but I don't think AUTOBOTZ are in the mood to make a push right now. TSN on the other end are rotating and they make sure they are inside the circle right now, but on their sidelines there is another team are just, I think, currently holding the spot. I couldn't see the team, but then there is a certain team there, Necros. Hopefully okay, that's someone's dream, Necros. Let's see if there's a fight going in between these two teams or not.
Now, someone's dream is just outside the circle. He might be watching the entire rotation of TSN. TSN has spotted someone's dream. This team has decided not to indulge in any rotational clashes, at least in this stage, because for them, prioritizing the circle is the first thing, which is definitely 100% true, or maybe in their own plan, and that's really okay, because now at this stage 3, you don't want to take any extra damage on yourself, but now just avoiding fights, getting inside the circle, finding a sweet spot to play later down the lane in the game, it is definitely a very viable decision in my opinion from the side of someone's dream. But right now the other teams outside in the edges trying to just find some spots, trying to cut down the rotations. Even someone's dream's rotation might just come up from the other side, but WHO down in the foothills, TBW having the upper ridge control. Now all the teams are playing in a big split, which is good to get some more intel around themselves, but not quite sure about if this split breaks up. One of the players gets taken down by being isolated. It can be problematic, and this was the exact thing I was talking about.
Exactly. Now Daula, he's down to 1 HP. He will have to heal himself before he goes and gets those finishes in his favor. Still not finished up. Daula, he cannot go individually and get those picks because there's other team members also who's just wanted to change his speed. He wants to take his shot. He does manage to get one more. What a move. He again changes his seat and just starts driving his buggy. He again drops down. He gets one more. Make it 3 across. This man suddenly changed up things for his team, and TBW are turning things up right now because they are on the move, and with all these teams out of the picture, they can just climb up the ladder. We have mentioned it. Someone's dream are literally struggling at this point of time. Dizzy with literally few HP surviving, and they are facing a team called
SALAI. This is gonna be really something that they have to look out for, but there comes TSN into the mix. Nobody would expect Dizzy to be in that spot, but gets Kenzo down. One good nade, another one can eradicate the entirety. SALAI Esports, they can just be taken down in an instant, but that nade should do another damage, but oh my god, he barely survives. Helix Coming into the fray, SALAI Esports, they have been eradicated from this match. But Dizzy's connection, if he dumped one nade inside that vicinity, in that compound, he would have got 2 finishes at least.
Exactly.
Mistake by Dizzy. But TSN coming into the fray, they're not aware of Dizzy's position, that's a good thing, but if they have an idea, that's going to be problematic. The shots being fired, their information being relied on already. It's a 1v4 situation which it seems like quite impossible, but Dizzy still trying to pull off something great but won't be able to do so. 7 finishes being completed by TSN as they're wiping out squads like a piece of paper.
I mean, he looked pretty agitated over there, Necros. He wanted a piece of something over there by the looks of it. But what is happening right here? ZG, all these 3 players are sitting, and this is Kiris is on the stairs inside the shelter. This is funny to watch, but they're up to something.
Oh, okay. So basically, they don't want to give the footstep, right? You don't want to give the
Yeah.
footstep and rely the information to the players those are above you. And okay, there is a team just beneath us. We can trap them out from this entrance. So they just want to be like, okay, we just gonna crawl, take some time. We are inside the circle. We have nothing to hurry about. We can stay here the entire day. I mean, not the
Yeah.
entire day to be precise, but yeah. You can stay for a tad bit longer and not rely your information, which might help you backstab them later on. Because WHO, they're always on the move. This team is someone who is always looking forward to finishes, and now the circle has shifted down towards the southwestern side. Well, BANZAI Esports, they have such a beautiful compound to their name.
See, WHO has just arrived towards a similar position where I think ZG Esports have been holding for a while. This could be a trap. Maybe not. Maybe I'm overthinking the situation right now. But BANZAI Esports, as you said, have grabbed up the center of this circle. Let's see if they can convert this game into a winner a chicken dinner. If they could, they might climb up the ladder and dethrone SEG and also AUTOBOTZ. But let's see if AUTOBOTZ is surviving. They also have a positioning. They have the numbers advantage as well. It's a very rare case situation, right? We haven't seen AUTOBOTZ open their accounts yet. This is TFK Sharky who is wanting to grab this position. He's just scouting up the information or waiting for his teammates to arrive, so that if there is any situation or any player inside that area, he can at least have his backup coming in. TSN on the other end, are also on the move. A lot of teams are moving inside the circle. We are just gonna witness a massive amount of fights coming in when the stage 6 kicks in, Necros.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. This circle will demand fights, and you have to live up to expectations. ZG has been taking down WHO. They have been silent. They better be going violent this time, because this is the 5th and the last match of day 1. If they don't get ample amount of points in today's last game, it won't be really big trouble for them to recover in the second day itself. But ATDC under the radars of TSN, this team has been kind of spitting fire left, right, and center. 7 finishes already backed up. 4 players alive. What else do you require in a circle like this? Now ATDC is going to be targeted. You can look at the split that they have, but ATDC spot, he's just better. He gets one good knock with the entire nade he had, and instantly gets the confirmation and does divine. A big blow to the side of TSN, but ATDC just announcing that they are not going to leave a single inch of their land, while Boss has been taking down Bambi, and the company slams on the players of ATDC as it seems like they're struggling way too much.
Yeah, Sharky, he was trying to find some value inside this, but there was none there to be spotted. But he has a good position. But the problem is they still need to move in 2 meters inside the circle. Helix goes in. He gets the spot 91 meters away from the circle. They have the dip, but the problem is AUTOBOTZ are just waiting for them. Any mistakes there and they will just grab hold of them. TFK right in front of them are using those utilities to flush them out. A lot of things are happening left, right, and center right now, Necros. This is WHO shot at Sharky, wanting to find one value at least. 17 to 21 players remaining in this lobby. Who will get the winner chicken dinner? Who will end the day number 1 in the Hornbill Esports Championship on a high note is the question right now, Necros.
Oh, BANZAI, they're sitting in the smack center, but look at Sharky. giving away nightmares to the side of WHO. They are being knocked out at the worst possible time that you can ever imagine. This should be those eliminations that Sharky and the company, they will be looking forward. They have got the hard covers to play along, while BANZAI, they've got the entire compound as well as the circle to themselves, and they're going to look forward to exploit it as much as possible. While WHO is still outside of the circle, they need to enter. Two players confined just behind a single rock cover. Not a great spot to be, in my opinion, but AUTOBOTZ, they've been really silent in this map of Erangel. Now entering the circle is going to be a tough task until unless they wipe out the players of WHO on the top.
Nora, he knows he can take him, but did manage to damage a little bit on the card, but nothing on the player. It's the BANZAI Esports player who's literally surviving, barely surviving there. Nora, he needs to move away, he needs to reposition. If they need to move also, AUTOBOTZ, the position is compromised, and also the circle is moving. Sharky, he directly comes inside the main compounds where the circle is and grabs hold of the shack. Players are just getting taken out right in front of him. BANZAI Esports are in a spot of bother, but Lems, he literally has few HP to go with, but Sharky is there for no trust. Will manage to revive him, but Arib is here. He has arrived with his team AUTOBOTZ. They just might get the better of this situation.
Now, the main question arises, BANZAI Esports, they had the numbers advantage. Now they're down to a single player. TFK's invasion has hurt them really bad. Malto is just waiting out there, but this is an opportunity for AUTOBOTZ. A few moments ago, they just had one finish. Right now, they're standing on 7. Now they have got TFK in the mix, WHO and Malto of BANZAI Esports in the mix. In the top 5, they will be getting all those placement points, but TSN Barbie comes up from behind. It's a surprise to the side of AUTOBOTZ, but now they still have managed themselves to be intact, and that's one spot, keeping away all the dangers away. The main question is TFK, they have been confined. They don't have much areas to move out. While No Trust, he has been the MVP once. He has to be the MVP again if he wants his team to win this game.
TFK, he would want his team to win this, get this chicken dinner done with, because TFK is in a position where they would want this game to be in their favor. Necros, Trust, he is wanting to use his TPP to its advantage. All the 3 teams are inside the circle right now. All of them are just waiting for a mistake to happen. And the best chances for AUTOBOTZ to convert this game right now, because they have numbers game with them. But involves themselves into a fight, I think the other team who's not having the fight will love to get onto a third party, but this lead! Ooh, I thought he almost got that. But this is going to be a bouncing nade coming in towards WHO. And yeah, you go. He literally demolished the team, and now the focus will shift on to TFK Necros.
Oh my god, look at this. He's being completely bombarded from both the ends. The artillery strike is tremendous. 3 more nades on Sharky. He's been the grenadier for TFK so far. They've been exceptionally well. Those precise nades have made some beautiful connections. No Trust on one direction. Sharky diverts the tension towards his side. One good nade can cost a heavy amount of damage. But Lobster will be getting a quick revive from Arif and the company as they're trying to rotate in. The nade should do the damage, but no! Nora still survived. That's really surprising. And right now, another nade being pounced on. That was the last one from Sharky's end. He couldn't do much. All those nades have gone in vain. One smoke cover to play along with, but not quite sure about what results are going to come in. Lobster and the company trying to come in. Worst possible time for Sharky to go for a reload, and he gets taken out immediately. No Trust was completely silent, but right now his position is going to be compromised. All the Molotovs and Utils being dumped, has left with one more smoke. Has to pull up a big clutch at this moment. He wants to get this game home and gets a first. Wants to go for a confirmation. He should go for it. Gets one more point in addition. But the final blow will be there from AUTOBOTZ as they will win the final game of this day number 1.
Yeah, AUTOBOTZ started well in the first game where they came second, and they ended well on day number 1 in Hornbill Esports Championship with a winner chicken dinner and good amount of eliminations. Let's have a look at the most valuable player. But then, what a game coming down from AUTOBOTZ. We expected them that they will dominate. They being the most experienced team out there, Necros. The player like Lobster, he just showcased the dominance in the last game of Miramar, where he individually just stepped up the notch and he got 6 frags himself. And here there also where their team got eliminated, I think in the eighth or the ninth position, but still they managed to get 9 frags out of it. So just showcases the talent that even if you are not able to get those survival points going in, by the likes of only getting elimination points, you're just getting 8 to 9 points on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's something that I believe it's going to be inspiring for a lot of teams out there in the lobby, and also for the people those are watching us live as well. This is Hornbill Esports Championship season number 2, and the day number 1 of Grand Finals has come to a very end. We will be jumping onto the overall rankings and MVP very shortly.
Yeah.
But talking about the entire roller coaster ride we had, it was exceptionally well. I mean, just talk about the kind of performance, and one player deserves to be on the MVP list. It has to be Lobster from the side of AUTOBOTZ Esports.
Yeah, I mean, if he's total up or sum up the day for Lobster, we would see that he would be the top fragger in this whole championship in day number 1, right, Necros? But in the last game, he did manage to get 4 finishes again, and also gave 680 damage towards the lobby. But the kind of impact Lobster had, the kind of importance Lobster holds for Autobots is amazing, right? Because he has cut off a lot of work for his team, and the way he has put his team on the map right now, it just looks like Autobots has set up a launch pad for tomorrow. The winner chicken dinner team stats just showcases that how did they convert the total number of 11 finishes.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I mean, they have done some exceptional job, and this is what you expect from an experienced team when they are playing in lobby, and they have performed the way they were supposed to. If it wasn't the performance like this, I would be really disappointed. I mean, I had these expectations from this team, and now they finally have managed to live up to the expectations and do their job rightfully. Hopefully, they can just continue their run in the next day as well. But all those good wishes, I
Yeah.
still feel like that there are so much competition still left in this entire grand finals. But before we jump in or maybe end the show, let me just show you the overall rankings, because Autobots, they're sitting on this podium, the first spot with 66 points on the board, followed by BANZAI Esports with a good match. They have lived up to the expectations, having 49 points for themselves in the second spot. Tailing behind is going to be SEG with 45, TBW having 40 points. They couldn't convert the amount of points that they could have, or maybe they should have done in this very match, but hopefully
Yeah.
they can do much better in the next day.
Yeah, of course. I mean, TBW spot with 40 and TSN with 40 as well. See, WHO, Four Knights, Metal Wings, these guys have done a really decent job, but the problem still lies on the second half. That's Rising Underdogs, right? See, I mean, when they started, we saw a lot of potential from Rising Underdogs. We were happy to see a team like this that's showcasing the rawness and a few performance here and there, but they couldn't sum it up and just convert it into a big game. So that is something they would be unhappy about, but it's okay. It's okay. I think it's a learning curve for all the teams out there, and I think land setup teams are new to this. Of course, they would love this opportunity to see themselves on day 1 and just see how things turn good on day 2 for them, Necros.
Yeah, exactly. But before we wrap the show, I would love to give a shout out and thank you to all the sponsors of
Yeah.
Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2, the Government of Nagaland, the Nagaland Doors, Department of Youth Resources and Sports Nagaland, then Imprint, the Creative Workshop. Kudos to all the sponsors, and also kudos to the entire team of Esports Association of Nagaland for making this event happen and possible with all the land amendments that they have made. There are a lot of titles happening in the very same arena. You talk about MLBB that is happening right there. You've got the BGMI as well, what we are casting. You've also got the other games of chess and all. So if you are from Kohima and you're anywhere close to Nagaland, make sure you drop by to Indira Gandhi Stadium tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be the final day where you will be seeing or witnessing the best of the best teams lift up their trophy and be celebrating their winnings, and probably you can see some more celebrations than us. Then I really wish you that you can just drop by, enjoy the show, because tomorrow is going to be a fantabulous day. But I'm really expecting that tomorrow everything is going to be really sorted out, and probably every team is going to give up their best, Oro.
Yeah, definitely. So that's it from us for day number one. This was Necros with me. My name is Oro. You guys are watching Hornbill Esports Championship. See you tomorrow, where we're going to find out who is the champions. So till then, stay safe, keep smiling, and good night, guys.